In Virginia, Candace Martinez finds her place in the world in the arms of her college sweetheart.
Candace and Dave were inseparable. You saw one, you saw the other.
But when the teenagers run low on cash, Candace risks it all for love and becomes one of the nation's most well-known fugitives.
It was bold, brazen, it was unlike anything we'd ever seen.
She would have done just about anything for him because that's the only relationship she's really ever had.
And later, in Florida, Janae Rembert is a lost soul, working the streets, until she falls for a charming man with a dangerous proposal.
She had no one to turn to. He gave her what she thought was love.
Whenever he would snap her fingers, she would do whatever he said.
They treated these women no better than caged animals.
Candace Martinez's childhood stands in stark contrast to the vibrant tourist mecca of Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Candace really never had a chance. From the time she was born, she was a child, unfortunately, surrounded by neglect.
After her parents divorce when she's 5, Candace bounces between a drug-addicted mother and an abusive father. By age 12, she drops out of school and spends most of her time on the street.
She was constantly in a state of change. Candace felt like she was alone in the world and she had to fend for herself.
Candace began drinking, using pills, using drugs, 12 years old, running the streets of Santa Fe.
Despite being on the streets, Candace knew that this wasn't the life that she really wanted and was smart enough to know that she needed to break that cycle.
Then one day, she finds a light at the end of the tunnel.
She saw a commercial for a famous home for wayward children in Nebraska.
With the help of a social worker, Candace moves 1,000 miles away from her broken life in New Mexico. And for the next 5 years, she thrives. She even graduates high school and at 18 years old enrolls in college. But just as everything seems to be going her way, her life takes a sinister turn.
She meets a guy, and this guy was abusive toward her, and this sent her in a spiral back into her old ways, and she didn't even complete her freshman year.
Candace was not prepared for life. She did not have those skills. When you don't have those skills, you do the best thing. You run away.
So she dropped out of school. She went right back to her bad lifestyle, drugs, running the streets, partying, disappearing for weeks on end.
Part of this is because she was really never given the tools to cope with adversity, and the other part was this was something that she knew.
But the troubled 19-year-old gets a second chance at life when a cousin from the Washington, D.C. suburb of Burke, Virginia, invites her to come out east and live with her.
She offered her a way out to get your life together, go to school, get back on the right track.
Candace felt excited about the opportunity to once again start over. She felt like she could make a new her.
She packs up and heads to Virginia. Within just a few months, things are already looking up.
She got to work on remaking her life again. She got a job selling memberships at a gym.
She enrolled in the local community college. She was working on a degree in technology, radiological technology.
It might look like her days of making bad decisions are over, but they have just begun. That fall, while studying on campus, Candace eyes an attractive fellow student, 19-year-old Dave Williams.
He was handsome, he had a beautiful smile, long braids. Candace was definitely attracted.
Never one to be bashful with men, she prances over to him and strikes up a conversation.
Her pickup line was, "I like your hair, can you braid my hair like that?" And Dave thought that was pretty cool, and they began talking.
It's a brief encounter, but Candace is intrigued. The two exchange numbers and start to talk regularly. She can tell right away that Dave is different than the other guys she's dated.
He's an average guy. He shows her respect. He's nice to her. He's kind. He's courteous.
He didn't drink and he didn't do drugs. Dave seemed like just your standard suburban good kid.
He tells her he's studying engineering and admits that he's a bit of a mama's boy.
His parents had divorced, but they lived very close to each other, and Dave lived with both of them. Mainly he lived with his mother. He relied heavily on his mother.
He had a promising future ahead of him, and the icing on the cake was that he wanted her. He was all about her.
She can't believe how lucky she is. After only a few weeks of dating, the college freshmen spend every free moment together.
They were inseparable. They were actually infatuated with each other. It happened so fast.
But before these young lovers can ride off into the sunset, Dave gets some troubling news. His father, an assistant financial controller at a resort, is arrested for embezzlement and sent to jail for almost a year. Dave is devastated.
Dave's home life, which had been a solid rock for many years, was suddenly crumbling.
Candace does her best to be there for her boyfriend.
Why don't we move in together?
She thought that the best way for Dave to get out of this rut, this depression, was for them to move in together. They could be together 24/7. They could be happy.
After only a month of dating, the college couple gets an apartment in Chantilly, Virginia, 15 miles west of Burke. But soon realize they've bitten off more than they can chew.
They had no financial skills. If you rent a place, you have to pay the rent in a timely fashion every month. You have to sometimes pay the electricity, you have to pay the gas, you have to pay the water.
They virtually had no money. Dave didn't have a job. He was depressed about his family situation, and her job just wasn't paying enough for the bills.
Both Dave and Candace were young, they were naive, and bills were starting to pile up. They didn't know how to handle their finances. Money was running thin, and they were getting desperate.
That's when the good guy comes up with a dangerous solution to their problems.
He felt like his world was collapsing and that he needed to come up with a quick way to give them some financial solvency.
What's he gonna do?
Should we rob a bank?
He came up with a plan to get them some money fast.
They were crazy in love. She would have done anything for him.
In Chantilly, Virginia, Candace Martinez's college boyfriend, Dave Williams, comes up with a crazy plan for the young lovers to pay the bills.
So instead of like normal people and getting another job and finding a legal way of paying the rent, Dave suggested that they rob a bank.
At first, the 19-year-old thinks he's joking, but quickly realizes her man is dead serious.
Dave had worked in a bank before, and he knew how bank tellers worked. He made it clear to her how they could pull this off.
The former teller wants to hit his old bank, just 20 minutes away in Vienna, Virginia.
This was one where he had familiarity and was able to convey to Candace that there's a certain comfort level in terms of knowing who's in there, where the tellers are, how the security is set up.
She knows that if she's not down with the plan, she might risk losing the love of her life.
She had never had such a stable figure in her life as Dave was. And at this point, she wanted to preserve the relationship. And so she was willing to do anything that it took, even going along with this crazy idea of robbing a bank to keep that relationship alive.
Let's do this. Come on, let's rob a bank. Okay, get it. Hey, how much money do you take?
Excited, the two college students pull an all-nighter, but instead of cramming for exams, they prepare for their first ever bank heist.
They got on the computer and they typed up a note and printed it out. They cut it up and they put it on the front side of a shoebox so that the shoebox could be used to collect the money.
This was carefully planned out. He wanted to make sure that she felt secure.
The only snag is that if Dave sets foot in the bank, his former co-workers might recognize him.
So Candace sort of volunteered that she would do it.
I can do that. That's easy.
She agrees to fly solo inside the bank.
She wouldn't have to say anything. She could just hand the note over on the box and take the note back, not leaving any evidence.
And her boyfriend is confident that the teller will hand the cash right over. But in case anything goes wrong, he'll be right outside in the getaway car.
Dave told Candace it would be like stealing candy from a baby.
1 week later, the couple makes their move.
It was the middle of the day. They pull up to this bank. They're both in the car. It's really tense.
So Dave was worried. He wasn't going into the bank. Candace was going into the bank. So he had an idea, which was have her be on the cell phone. The two of them could be in constant contact during the robbery.
Candace grabs her cell, gives her man a quick kiss, and then casually gets out of the car. Dave keeps the engine running.
And so, before she went in for the robbery, he called her, and they were on the phone, and she is talking on the phone as she walks into the bank, carrying the box with the note on the front.
Despite all of their preparation, there's one precaution they didn't take.
There was no covering of Candace's face. They hadn't planned for that. They just were immature.
She felt that I'm nondescript anyway. I'm just a little Latin girl, and I'm like all the rest. No one will point me out. We all look alike.
The bold young woman enters the bank, holds the shoebox in one hand, and talks with Dave on her cell phone in the other.
Her entrance was excellent because it did not attract attention.
She looked like an average person making a deposit or dropping something off. No one would suspect that she was robbing this bank.
She does her best to avoid the cameras and approaches the first teller. Candace smiles and slides the box towards the teller, casually chatting with Dave all the while.
The note wanted $70,000, and it instructed the teller to hand it over, and that the robber had a gun, and that either the teller or the person next to the teller would get shot if the money wasn't handed over.
Terrified, the woman does as instructed.
The teller put as much money as she could into the box, as quickly as she could.
In the minutes that it took for Candace to rob this bank, the teller put in $14,480 in this shoebox.
Once outside, she walks briskly to the car, careful not to draw attention. The couple speeds off, elated at what they just did. Candace is amazed at how easy it is to pull off a bank robbery.
No police, no chases, no one got hurt, and they got substantial amounts of money. So I'm sure they thought they hit payday.
To celebrate, the couple goes on a shopping spree.
All they could think of was spend, spend, spend. They spent it on designer purses, a car, TVs, electronics.
In just a week, thanks to their now lavish lifestyle, they quickly burn through their cash. But they have a foolproof way to solve that problem.
They decided to rob another bank.
Once Candace succeeded in the Vienna bank robbery, this improved her self-esteem, gave her some real power, and it made her feel much more valuable to be in this relationship with David.
Just 9 days after their first robbery, while authorities are trying to figure out who the mysterious robber is, the couple hits a bank from the same chain, 7 miles south in Manassas, Virginia.
The MO was the same. Dave was the getaway car guy, the same note, in the same box.
But this time, the bank robbing lovers are disappointed with the haul.
They got, I think, $3,200 out of that. Wasn't a big hit. Gotten $14,000 before, so they quickly decided to do another robbery.
The very next day, they strike again. This time, a bank 20 miles east in Springfield, and things are much more tense.
The teller was really slow. She was nervous. She was afraid. And Candace got more bold and cocky.
Candace said, "Speed it up."
Speed it up, or someone's gonna get hurt.
The teller puts the money in the box. They get about $6,000 from this robbery, and Candace escapes.
Because they didn't get as much money as they wanted to in the last robbery, they know that they really need to step it up. And by doing this, she's feeling stronger, more accomplished, braver.
Candace doesn't hide her identity during any of the robberies. And lucky for her, any images the bank cameras happen to capture are useless.
The banks had not gotten a good image of her. The technology of surveillance cameras in banks was not great.
All the authorities have to go on is a vague description of the brash bank robber. With 3 heists in 3 weeks, they're on a roll and hungry for more, so the young lovers plan their next move. But Dave wants to up the ante. He hands Candace a .38 caliber revolver.
This time they really went for a big hit, and somebody was going to get hurt.
And later, in Hollywood, Florida, Janae Rembert learns that following your heart can have dire consequences.
McKinley had a power over Janae. All she cared about was him and what he wanted.
He gave her what she thought was love.
The teller that Candace robbed in their second robbery was traumatized.
She lost sleep, she had flashbacks, she didn't trust anyone. The emotional scars will always be with those tellers because they were scared for their life.
In Northern Virginia, after successfully robbing 3 banks in 3 weeks, Candace Martinez and her boyfriend Dave Williams are not about to slow down. And the young lovers look to raise the stakes.
This time, Dave gave Candace a gun, a .38. He apparently borrowed the gun from his stepdad, not telling the stepdad what he was going to be using it for.
He gave her a gun because if she had one, the tellers would probably respond faster, give her more money.
Just a week after their last robbery, one afternoon the outlaw lovers drive 20 minutes to a bank in Ashburn, Virginia. While Dave idles by the entrance, she saunters into the bank, gun tucked away in her purse, cell phone to her ear, and a shoebox in her hand.
She walks up to the counter, she puts her purse on there. She slowly pulls out a gun just a little bit to show the teller, just enough so that the teller knew she meant business.
Afraid for her life, the teller quickly does as she's told. With the box now overflowing with cash, Candace hops in the car with her man, and the two take off.
This time, they hit it big. She walked out with nearly $25,000.
It's another perfect bank robbery, but their luck might have finally run out.
What she didn't know was this time, the camera up behind the teller was getting a good picture of her.
So this particular bank had a more advanced security system. So their bank surveillance actually captured her face in full detail.
The cameras not only took a picture of her, but the outside was able to capture the car.
With this new evidence, local authorities team up with the FBI to hunt down this mystery female who's brazenly robbing banks. They send the latest bank surveillance footage of Candace and the getaway car to every television channel in the U.S.
Suddenly, the news media catch on to this. This woman has been robbing these banks while using a cell phone, and we called her the cell phone bandit. The fact that there was video footage sent the story careening around the world.
Despite their brand new widescreen TV, Dave and Candace have no clue that federal agents are hot on their trail.
They were living in this Bonnie and Clyde fantasy world. They didn't know that they were plastered all over the 24-hour news cycle.
But only a few days after their 4th robbery, reality sets in. Dave's mother calls him after seeing Candace on the news, and he panics.
He'd been a good boy, he'd been a law-abiding guy, and he realized suddenly something clicked that he needed to get back on the right track.
1 week after their 4th and final robbery, Dave turns himself in to the Fairfax County Police Station.
You're dealing with a young person. You're not dealing with a hardened criminal. The gig was up. The game is over.
And he immediately gives up Candace.
He flipped without hesitation and told them that it was his girlfriend. So the FBI and the police begin to stake out their apartment. Eventually, Candace shows up and she's arrested.
Realizing there's no way out, she comes clean. But like Dave, she doesn't hesitate to turn on her lover, saying it was all Dave's idea.
We robbed a bank.
They were both charged with conspiracy to commit bank robbery and use of a firearm, which adds 5 years to any other crime.
They both plead guilty to the charges and are sentenced to 12 years without parole.
They're ordered to give back all the stuff that they had bought, but also to pay back the cash that they'd stolen from the banks. When they walk out of prison, they are responsible for repaying around $43,000.
For Candace, while she doesn't blame Dave for her choices, she regrets ever being involved in the robberies.
Candace was extremely remorseful. She knew that she had had this brilliant second chance at life. She had escaped Santa Fe for a second time, and she blew it.
Blinded by love, she now has to face the harsh consequences of everything she gave up for just under $50,000.
She was the face of the robberies. She had the most to lose. She risked it all because of her love for Dave. She risked her freedom, her livelihood, her family.
Candace so desperately wanted someone to love her, and she cared more about Dave and that relationship than she cared about herself, even though at the end of all of it, she completely lost her freedom. She lost 12 years of her life.
Candace Martinez cashed in her good sense so she could live a fairy tale life with her college sweetheart. In Hollywood, Florida, Janae Rembert desperately clings to a man who has a warped way of expressing his love. Growing up in Miami, Florida, Janae Rembert never knew what it was like to be part of a loving family.
She was one of 4 children that her mother had with 4 different men. Some of the other children lived with foster parents or with grandparents.
She was the cutest little girl. She had the widest smile. But behind that smile, my sister was really sad, and she was living a very hard life.
She's never even set eyes on her dad, and her mother is not the best caretaker, to say the least.
Janae wasn't fed or taken care of a lot. She would go to school and smell like urine and had to get sent home because she wasn't dressed properly.
At 6 years old, social services finally steps in, citing neglect. She's removed from her mother's care. As the years go by, the young girl bounces from foster homes to family members. At the young age of 15, she runs away to take her chances on the streets.
She just felt so unloved. She felt like, you know, she had no one to turn to. So that's where she ran away in search of love.
She was just running away from that profound pain that she felt as a little girl. And she was just looking for a place, some place, where she felt she truly belonged.
For the next 3 years, the troubled teen floats around the city, honing her self-destructive behavior.
She became a whole different person. She started doing really bad things.
She has no parental supervision around, has no family dynamics that keep her safe. So they end up consorting with people that are less law-abiding.
She did not have a job. She wasn't in school. She's sleeping over here on this couch. She's sleeping over here on that couch. She's using drugs.
To fund her drug habit, Janae sells the only thing she can, her body.
She starts prostituting for money, but she made the decision that that lifestyle was working for her, and that's what she did.
By the young age of 18, her life is in a downward spiral, and when it looks like things can't get much worse, she meets a charismatic man with a sadistic side.
He was her whole world. Her boss, her daddy, her lover, all combined together.
He would snap his fingers and she would jump.
In Miami, Florida, after years of running wild on the streets, 18-year-old Janae Rembert spends her days prostituting for drugs.
And I wouldn't say necessarily there's a reason why she did it, but that's just what she chose to do at the time. I was so worried about her. She felt like no one really loved her.
Janae was abandoned very early in her life, and therefore she started to develop this me against the world mentality. But all of that was a mask for what she truly felt, which was that she was alone.
As she is living pillar to post, sleeping here, sleeping there, using drugs, not connected to anything of real value. So one day, she's out looking for dope.
That's when friends tell her about a Haitian-born dealer, 31-year-old McKinley Desir. He's a one-stop shop to get your fix.
Thanks, dude. Take it easy.
Janae tracks him down in the parking lot of a local motel. She tells him she's looking to score cocaine and flashes some cash she earned turning tricks. But McKinley takes one look at her and says he has another payment planned in mind.
I want some more than your money.
He was a very nice-looking young man who knew how to talk to young women. He knew what to say, he knew how to say it. He was very effective.
McKinley had 2 sides to him. One, the personable side you would see when you first met him, and then after a while you would see the business side of him.
The wayward teenager has just unknowingly wandered into the trap of the ultimate street predator. a true hustler who slings drugs and pimps on the side.
He preyed on people who were insecure or didn't have a home or were looking for love.
And right away, he sees that Janae is just his type.
He could see the need and the loss and the abandonment in her. It was probably in her eyes.
They drive 20 miles north to Hollywood, Florida, where he lives in a 2-bedroom apartment. Desperate to get high, and no stranger to selling her body, she agrees to swap sex for the drugs. The smooth Haitian shows her a tenderness she's never experienced. Afterward, McKinley makes his new girl a proposition she can't refuse.
McKinley invited Janae to live with him so she could have a household to live in, something that she didn't have before.
I get you the fix you need and look out for you.
He's promising her all the drugs that she might need. He's good looking. He's got a nice car. He's saying all the right things.
The lost teenager can't believe her luck.
Janae was damaged emotionally. McKinley gave her this false sense of feeling secure, that everything would be okay. And she came to call him daddy. And that's very symbolic because she never truly had her father in her life.
She was all in. She felt like she was gonna finally be at home and somebody was gonna love her.
She moves in, but McKinley makes it clear she must earn her keep.
And all she had to do was to sell her body, make some money.
She doesn't hesitate and does whatever he asks of her.
Yes, Daddy.
Before long, McKinley becomes more to Janae than just her pimp.
She fell in love with him. B saw that she's a prophet and that he can put more money in his pocket.
It's quite possible that she really did love him, but perhaps this was some sort of a Stockholm syndrome where a person who has the power of life and death over you, you see this person as a god, and you mistake whatever moments of kindness as they're perhaps caring about you, but they really don't.
Pretty soon, the silver-tongued hustler realizes that this girl is different.
It's not a bad idea.
She's very intelligent and she's a go-getter. And McKinley saw that. McKinley saw that this is a woman that is business-minded, she's smart, and she's gonna make me money.
After just a few months, he gives his best girl even more responsibility. He promotes her to be his right-hand woman, the enforcer, someone to help him keep his stable of women in line. And she takes her new job as serious as the boss.
Come on, God! You keep still!
He took that lifestyle that she enjoyed and took it up 10 notches.
She was a monster, the monster that he had wanted her to become.
In Hollywood, Florida, Janae Rembert finally feels like she's part of a family after her new pimp, McKinley Daddy Desir, promotes her.
She looked after the girls, explaining to them what they would need to be doing. It was her job to make sure that the girls gave the money and everything they received, and she would keep control of them.
I'll be watching you.
For the first time in her life, she felt like she was a part of something.
She jumps into her new job with both feet and proves herself right away, devising a way to drum up new business.
She created an email address and used that email address to create an account on the social bulletin board. Now, after Janae sets up the site, he would use her to take pictures of girls and post them for escort services.
Pretty soon, business is booming.
So Janae would get a response to her posting. You know, so the guy's looking for a date with these girls. She was in control of where the meet was gonna be, or when the time was gonna be.
But McKinley's stable of working girls aren't exactly willing recruits. Like Janae, most are addicts he lured in with the deadly combination of a free high and false hope.
He promised these girls a better life. He promised them that they'll have clothes, money, stability, things that they probably didn't have or that they looked forward to.
But then after the carrot comes the stick.
As soon as they grew to comfort, he would pull them back and say, okay, time for you to go to work.
We needed this.
To keep his girls in the family, the self-proclaimed daddy takes no chances.
He would keep the clothing for the girls, their phones, any of their personal articles in his house where he had control of them.
He padlocks the women in an efficiency attached to his apartment so they can't escape.
And then he would take them around to whatever motels or areas for these girls to have sex.
He keeps his girls docile with pills and crack cocaine. The only time they see the light of day is when he forces them to go to work.
The women, they were sleeping with 4 or 5 men a day, $60 to $100 a pop, but they didn't get any of the money.
While they're servicing the men, Janae embraces her role as enforcer, waiting in the bathroom to make sure everything goes as planned.
Well, Janae would follow whatever instruction McKinley gave her. If McKinley said to go slap the girl to keep her in line, she would do it.
Janae was on the team. She was willing to do whatever she needed to do for McKinley to be happy, for their business to be successful.
Because McKinley basically views the other women in the house as slaves, Janae was manipulated into thinking the same way, almost identifying with the aggressor, because she felt that he had saved her from a life of peril on the streets and owed that to him.
Together, they hold as many as 8 girls at a time against their will. McKinley does whatever it takes to keep them in line.
I would start yelling at them. When the yelling wasn't giving him the response that he needed, then hitting them was the next step. And that progressed all the way up to putting a gun to their head. One of the punishments he would do to them is put a gun to the side of the head and dry fire the gun.
They don't know if there's bullets in the chamber or what, but just imagine what that must have been like for these women. They didn't know if they were gonna die locked up in this room.
For 3 years, their sex trade operation runs like a well-oiled machine, with McKinley at the helm and Janae by his side. The partnership is so strong, she even asks for a special ceremony.
I don't know if it was a legal wedding, but Janae wanted to get married, so it's a reassurance that he wasn't gonna get rid of her, that he was gonna keep her forever.
Then late one night that summer, Janae takes her loyalty to her new husband one step further. While 2 of their girls are resting in between Johns inside the efficiency, Daddy lets his guard down and forgets to lock their door.
He had fallen asleep. 2 of his captive women, Angel and Diamond, were there. They were awake. They chose that opportunity as a time to get some pills that they both wanted to take.
They sneak back to their room, but don't exactly cover their tracks. As soon as McKinley wakes up and sees his stash missing, there are only 2 possible culprits. Furious, he grabs the girls.
He called Janae. The 4 of them got into the car. The 2 captive women didn't know what was going on.
They drive down a dark, secluded street and arrive at an abandoned house. He orders his wife to discipline the girls.
Teach these girls a lesson.
Come on, get out.
Janae got Angel out of the car, took her into the house.
McKinley keeps Diamond in the car with him and waits. Inside the abandoned house, according to Angel, the enforcer beats her with her bare hands.
She ended up knocking one of her teeth out.
The behavior was escalating. There's only a finite time before something goes wrong.
She then wraps her hands around Angel's neck.
She was saying to her repeatedly, "Why did you disrespect Daddy?"
You think you're gonna disrespect Daddy? Huh?
Next to California and Texas, Florida has the 3rd highest rate of reported sex trafficking cases per year in the United States.
We average about 400 cases. There's a very diverse population here, people who come from all over the world.
Many of the women and children involved as the victims come from the Caribbean, come from South America. They're down on their luck and therefore become at risk for these sexual predators. And it's a very serious problem.
Teach these girls a lesson.
In Hollywood, Florida, Janae Rembert is the enforcer in a prostitution ring. After beating down Angel, one of the girls that she and her husband, McKinley, Daddy Desir, hold captive, she wraps her hands around the girl's throat.
She ended up choking her into unconsciousness. And by the time the woman came to, they were on their way back to the car.
Janae then grabs their other captive, Diamond, and drags her into the house for her beating.
Meanwhile, Angel is in the car. Daddy told her to put her head down, and he's blasting her and telling her, "You better be glad that we didn't kill you."
The message is received.
But the threats they did to these girls was to let them know that if they didn't comply with what they wanted them to do, there were consequences, up until death.
Janae is so brainwashed by McKinley that she becomes an extension of him, and she does whatever he asks her to do, no questions asked. She wanted to show him that she was completely on his side.
Janae has never been a violent person, but when she got with McKinley, he hardened her. He made her someone she's not.
While this husband and wife team keep their girls in line, the Boynton Beach police are closing in. They have uncovered the online escort service ads that Janae has been posting and set up a sting operation.
We responded to an ad, and it was for 2 girls special. We had an undercover officer posed as a John, staying at a hotel. We had surveillance teams in place.
Janae and one of their girls show up to the motel room.
You can see that Janae was clearly in control of the conversation and what was going down. They discussed what sex act they were going to do and how much money it was.
With the deal in place, police swarm the hotel room and arrest both women. They're hauled down to the station for questioning. Janae is first up. During the sting, it was obvious she's the one in charge.
It became pretty clear to the police that Janae was the one behind those ads.
The hardened enforcer is calm and cool. She refuses to give up any details of their operation, including her husband.
She was loyal. I asked her if anybody else was involved in it, and she said solely herself.
But the other girl is visibly shaken. Seeing a chance to finally wake up from this nightmare, she tells investigators everything she knows about Janae and McKinley. As the girl talks, it becomes clear to police that this is more than just a simple prostitution case. And apparently, they aren't the only ones interested in the Haitian pimp.
We were contacted shortly after by the FBI, who, unbeknownst to us, was also working a case on McKinley. And we got together and spoke about my case and their cases.
The FBI have spoken with another victim that backs up all the claims against Janae and her daddy.
One of the girls who was being held hostage in McKinley's apartment got a hold of his phone and texted her mother about what was happening. So that fact, coupled with what happened with the arrest in the hotel room, is making it pretty clear to the authorities that there is a sex ring happening here.
Janae's instantly arrested and charged with sex trafficking. Realizing she's caught, she finally comes clean.
This agent got her to see the severity of the situation she was in. And so Janae, understanding and realizing that, knew that she really had no choice but to turn against McKinley.
I was just totally taken aback because I didn't know she was this far in. I didn't know she had became this person, and it was just so sad.
Investigators immediately hunt down McKinley outside of their home and also arrest him for sex trafficking. Although multiple women were victimized, only 2 are courageous enough to speak out. That spring, husband and wife go to trial and plead not guilty. McKinley Desir is convicted of 1 count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking and 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, threats, fraud, or coercion, and is sentenced to life in prison.
Janae got convicted of 1 count of conspiracy of committing sex trafficking. She got 15 years for her role in trafficking these girls.
The 21-year-old now understands that her desperation to be part of a family and find love made her vulnerable to the likes of McKinley. She spends her time preparing for the day she will be released.
I understand that in prison she is thriving, she's getting some education, she feels true remorse for what she's done.
She's mentoring those who are with her. She knows that when she gets out, she wants a better life. She wants to be a model citizen.
Janae treated these women so badly, possibly because of her own upbringing and how dysfunctional that it was. And so she became desensitized to the feelings of others. Plus, McKinley was the only person who seemed to have validated her and given her a love that she never had in her life before.
He was an ambitious young man who'd found his perfect match.
They both wanted to do big things in life.
They were very serious and devoted.
My brother loved her. That was his girl.
But their love story will have a tragic end.
There were multiple people calling because there was an active shooter.
People were running scared.
He's laying on the floor, bleeding out.
It was just unbelievable that he was shot.
Hey, buddy, can you hear me?
It was just something that you couldn't grasp.
Just came in and walked over to this other guy and shot him.
Was he just another statistic?
Active shooters occur throughout the country.
It's the mindset of people.
People have become numb and desensitized to what violence is.
Or will the truth be even tougher to believe?
Look, truth is,
it's cold, it's calculated, it's intentional.
In essence, she hired an assassin.
He walked to my son and he just shot him.
And basically walked away, like, that's it.
Come out with your hands up.
September 4th, 2017. It's Labor Day in Prince George County, Virginia, a quiet rural community just south of Richmond.
It's about family. It's about enjoying the weather and just getting together and enjoying having that day off with family and friends.
Although that afternoon, the truck stop off Highway 460 is bustling with activity.
This is where folks stop in and get gas and get something to eat real quick because people use this as a back road to go to Virginia Beach.
But for the patrons at this roadside stop, their relaxing holiday is about to take a horrific turn.
At approximately 4 p.m., Prince George County 911 received a flurry of frightened calls.
They were flooding the 911 line.
And they were all reporting the same thing.
There was an active shooter call at the Pilot gas station.
Within minutes, multiple units converge on the scene and are directed to the fast food restaurant connected to the gas station.
When the police arrive, you're worried about where the shooter might be located or if the scene is still active.
But the shooter has fled, leaving chaos in their wake.
They see people behind the counter terrified just based on what just taking place.
They had all witnessed the shooting of a young man.
He's laying on the floor. He's bleeding out.
He had been shot multiple times.
According to the student ID that was found in his wallet, his name was Karan Bond.
"20-year-old Karan Bond grew up in the tough streets of Richmond, Virginia.
Richmond is one of those places to where it's always fighting for the top spot as the murder capital.
So many murders, so many drugs, so much crime. It's not so good.
It was the hood for the most part. Craziness happened, but still a lot of good people around.
Karan's family was among the best.
Karan came from a close-knit family.
Karan is a mama's boy. He just loved his mom and his dad. And he had a special relationship with each one of his siblings.
Everybody just loved him. He was the baby boy, so you know how that goes.
He was the youngest of 5. In spoil riding, I couldn't imagine a tighter group.
Raised under the watchful eye of older siblings, Karan stayed out of trouble.
When you grow up poor and you see everybody else getting money, but they getting it the wrong way, and you see where they ending up. We wouldn't allow our little brothers to do that. Like, me and my sister stayed on them. We stayed on our brothers, make sure they get best grades, not get in trouble in school.
Man, y'all boys crazy, man.
Not that it was hard to keep Karan on track.
Karan was absolutely a go-getter.
Karan was focused on her books.
He knew that having an education was going to be something that was going to aid him in whatever way he wanted to go.
Graduated in top of his class.
After high school, Karan moved on to Virginia State University.
Virginia State University, it is one of the United States' first accredited HBCUs.
He really wanted to go to an HBCU and represent as a young Black man. He wanted to have that degree.
I was proud of my brother. I was happy for him to start college.
Karan continued to excel at Virginia State.
He was just adamant about making sure that he put his best work forward.
And though only a sophomore, he already had a vision for his future.
His major was business.
He always had an entrepreneur dream. He wasn't gonna be somebody who worked for someone else very long.
His catchphrases was, "I just want to be great," and he meant that.
Not that Karan was all work and no play.
He was the life of the party.
He could put a smile on anybody. He can make anybody laugh. Easygoing and fun lover is how I describe him.
And when it came to women, Karan was a hit.
Oh, what's up?
As far as the ladies, Lord, we don't want to talk about that because we'll be here till next year.
He was a natural dancer. If it was any kind of trending dance, he was on it.
He's the cutest thing. He had this big old smile. He was always dressed really nice, and he was smart. He was pretty much everything that any young girl at that age would have wanted, and it showed.
He had a lot of prospects.
But after Karan met a fellow student named Kia March, he became a one-woman man.
Nice. You're in my econ class, right?
Yeah, I'm a business major.
Really? Mm-hmm. Me too.
They both wanted to do big things in life.
My brother loved her. I know he loved her a whole lot.
They were very serious and devoted. He definitely seemed happy.
But now, someone has shot Karan multiple times in the midst of a crowded restaurant.
It's Labor Day, it's a small community, and there's a shooting that happens in the midst of what should be a celebratory holiday.
After the police arrived, secured the scene, and made sure that the shooter wasn't there.
Hey, buddy, can you hear me?
The next step was to get him to the hospital as quickly as possible.
While EMTs raced to save Karan, the police try to piece together what happened.
There were plenty of people at the truck stop who witnessed the shooting.
The restaurant side was busy, the gas station side was busy, a lot of people in and out.
He had on a black hoodie.
Several of them told police the same story.
All he did was walk up and pull a gun and say,
I heard you got a problem with my sister.
20-year-old Karan Bond, a sophomore at Virginia State University, had met his match in an ambitious co-ed named Kia March.
They were college sweethearts.
These two had a bright future together.
But now, Karan is being rushed to the nearest trauma center after being gunned down in broad daylight.
The shooting occurred in the middle of a busy truck stop on Labor Day afternoon.
To pull up with a gun in a restaurant full of people on the holidays and shoot somebody, it was crazy.
It was unreal because nothing happens in Prince George County.
When detectives arrive and begin talking to the customers who witnessed the shooting,
The scenario they describe sounds like a hit.
Karan was sitting at a table. He was sitting alone on his phone, and his back was towards the counter.
This guy just like came in the door on the far side of the restaurant, and I really couldn't even see his face.
The description of the shooter was that he came in with a hoodie that was closely tied around his face.
Witnesses say they were immediately suspicious as the shooter walked into the restaurant.
Who wears a hoodie tied like that?
It seems to me that he was trying his best not to be identified.
According to the witnesses, he went straight for Karan, pulling the gun as he approached.
He just came in and walked over to this other guy and shot him.
After Karan is shot, he gets up and he tries to flee the scene.
But he didn't get far.
The gunman fires another shot and shoots Karan in the back.
Hit a second time. Karan fell to the floor.
Then the person in the black hoodie fled the scene.
He actually fled through the front door where he got into a vehicle and he immediately sped away.
Witnesses are saying, well, he went right up to this guy. You could tell that is a premeditated, it's cold, it's calculated, it's intentional.
Did you hear anything? Did he say anything?
Yeah, he was saying something sort of, I heard you had a problem with my sister.
Heard you got a problem with my sister.
That's a very vital piece of information.
To detectives, it sounds like the shooting stemmed from some sort of personal dispute.
We're gonna go check this out.
At that point, detectives, of course, wanted to figure out who was the sister in question.
Questioning employees of the restaurant raises one possibility.
Apparently the victim's girlfriend works here.
The authorities find out that Karan's girlfriend was actually an employee.
So it wasn't uncommon for him to drop her off at work. It wasn't uncommon for him to hang around a little bit before she started her shift.
Was she working today?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Kia. Kia March.
Kia March.
Could Kia be the sister that the gunman mentioned?
Do you know if they've had any issues up to today?
I don't think so.
He was there actually just dropping her off for her to start her shift.
Where can I find Kia?
I think she's in the back. She's really shook up.
However, before the detectives can talk to Kia, there's a commotion outside the restaurant.
Ma'am, please! That's my baby in there.
My daughter had just called me, Mom, Karan been shot. By the time I got there, they would not let me get in.
Drawn by the noise, the detectives pull Karan's mother aside and inform her that Karan has been rushed to the hospital.
Karan was med-flighted to VCU Medical Center, which is in Richmond.
However, that's not the only news that the detectives have for Karan's mother.
Karan didn't make it to the hospital.
He is pronounced dead before he even arrives.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry.
It was an unbelievable moment for me. I was in disbelief.
And she has no idea why anyone would want to hurt her son.
He was such a good student. He was well-liked, never got into trouble.
He was a good boy.
I understand.
He never did anything to anybody.
He was not that type of kid to be involved in any nonsense, never had a history of anything. This kid wouldn't jaywalk. I couldn't understand.
I just couldn't believe that it could have happened to him.
And the one lead the detectives have appears to be a dead end.
Listen, the shooter said Karan had a problem with his sister. Any idea what this is about?
No.
Ma'am, his girlfriend, Kia, do you know she has a brother?
I don't think so.
Was this a case of mistaken identity?
Sure they're missing something, detectives turn to Kia, who was holed up in the restaurant manager's office.
Kia was an absolute wreck.
She is traumatized. She is in a state of shock.
All right, we're gonna have this officer escort you down to the office, and we'll speak with you there once we're done here, okay?
She was unable to give a statement to the police officers because she was so distraught.
It has to be traumatizing to witness someone die like that.
However, a fellow employee who has been trying to comfort Kia does have some information for the detectives.
A couple of our co-workers left right after the shooting.
They were LaShawna Jacobs and Norma Glover.
At this point, nobody knows if they're fleeing because they're scared or if they were a part of the incident.
Detectives investigating the murder of Karan Bond inside a rural Virginia fast food restaurant have learned that 2 restaurant employees fled the scene of the shooting.
They need to find out what they know and what they saw.
The 2 employees that fled the scene may have the missing pieces to actually what happened to Karan.
Given what just occurred, the fact that they ran from the restaurant isn't all that surprising.
In the chaos, you have many people that fled.
But was it fear of the shooter that caused them to flee? Or was it something else?
This particular witness seen an argument between Karan's girlfriend, Kia, and one of the 2 employees that fled the scene about 45 minutes before the shooting occurred.
That employee was Norma Glover.
Was that just a coincidence? Or was there a connection?
You were just arguing and now you're fleeing the scene after the shooting. It seems kind of sketchy.
At the crime scene, detectives have police issue a statement to the media asking for Norma and the co-worker she fled with, LaShawna Jacobs, to come forward.
They say we need to question Norma and LaShawna in regards to information for the shooting death of Karan.
Then the detectives head down to the station to get a formal statement from Karan's girlfriend, Kia.
She had been in the restaurant and witnessed her boyfriend's murder.
Kia was so traumatized that at that moment couldn't talk to her.
Kia is now calm enough to give her statement.
Although when detectives bring up her co-worker, Norma Glover, Kia becomes emotional.
It was all my fault.
Nope, don't blame yourself.
You don't understand.
She explains that the argument with Norma actually started about a week ago.
Kia was the shift manager. She was responsible for the employees and the productivity of that shift.
It was the lunch rush. We were already short-handed.
They were having manpower issues.
She relayed to Norma and to everybody else, hey, I need everybody on that game.
But Norma wasn't a team player.
Norma just walked away, clocked out, and left.
That left Kia without a worker.
Everybody plays a key role, and if somebody drops out, that leaves you in a bind.
Orders backed up, lines got long, and customers complained.
The manager comes down on the shift leader, who is Kia, saying, you got to keep a better eye on your people because we can't have this happening.
Kia explained, I didn't let anybody do anything. She left on her own.
As a result, the manager had words with Norma.
She's reprimanded for her actions.
The manager said, hey, if this happened again, I'm gonna have to let you go.
Kia says that the manager's warning had only enraged Norma.
She also said that Norma had started harassing her.
She'd get up in my face and call me names.
She was in fear of losing her job, but she also labeled Kia as a snitch.
What did you say? You heard me?
It can certainly get volatile in the workplace, and it can get ugly pretty fast.
Kia says her feud with Norma wasn't just ugly, it was scary.
Norma was saying to her that she was going to have someone hurt her.
Which was why Kia had turned to Karan.
You think she'll really do something to hurt you?
I don't know. She's crazy.
Karan, being a supportive, nurturing boyfriend, decides that he wants to assist his girlfriend.
It's fine. I'll stay a little bit longer.
You do that?
I got you.
Out of love, he shows up to work with her to offer her that protection.
Kia says that just as she feared, things had gotten heated as soon as Norma showed up for her shift.
She started arguing immediately.
So you better tell the boss that I was on time today.
Hey, I was just doing my job.
Kia and Norma are going back and forth.
It was loud, it was confrontational.
They're screaming at each other.
But according to Kia, Norma had backed off once she spotted Karan in the dining area.
And what's he doing here?
Nothing. He's just waiting on a friend.
He was really there to back up Kia to make sure nothing happened.
Kia says that after the altercation with Norma, she'd gone out to the dining area and spoken to Karan.
She'd asked him to stick around a little longer.
Kia seemed to be scared that something was going to happen.
Karan, being Karan, let Kia know he had her back.
Karan was there just kind of to be there for her.
He wanted to protect Kia and make sure that she was okay.
But as it turned out, it was Karan who needed protecting.
Barely 45 minutes later, the gunman walked through the door.
Heard you got a problem with my sister.
Kia is certain that this has everything to do with the feud that she's had with Norma.
And after a little digging, the detectives think so too.
Norma did have a half-brother.
His name is Julius Moultrie III.
Detectives believe 27-year-old Julius Moultrie may be the mysterious gunman who walked into a rural Virginia truck stop and gunned down Karan Bond.
Julius's half-sister Norma had an issue with Karan's girlfriend, Kia March.
Someone heard the gunman say, "I heard you have a problem with my sister."
That isn't the only thing that points to Julius.
He had a rap sheet 9 or 10 pages long.
But it's one charge in particular that catches the detective's eye.
He had been convicted of actually killing Norma's father, his stepfather.
He did like 3 years on a 15-year sentence.
Moultrie had only been released from jail 9 months prior.
And now the detectives suspect he'd killed again.
Julius killed his stepdad, Norma's father, his half-sister's father. If you're willing to kill somebody that close to you, you definitely can potentially do this to somebody else with no ties.
At that point, there was a manhunt. Locate him and bring him in.
Within a few hours, police traced Julius to his girlfriend's house.
They knew he was in the area just because what tower his cell phone was bouncing off of.
Officers moved quickly and quietly to surround the house.
The police weren't taking any chances.
Julius Moultrie, come out! Come out of the house! Come on out, keep your hands up!
He surrenders to the Prince George County Police Department.
He was cooperative, and he had no problem going in for questioning.
Once he sits down with detectives, Julius denies any role in Karan's murder.
We know you shot Karan Bond.
Wasn't there. Couldn't have been.
He said that he had been at his girlfriend's house all day.
Your girlfriend's, huh? We'll see about that.
When detectives checked with his girlfriend, who they'd also brought in for questioning, her story is a bit different.
She actually says that Julius didn't show up to her home until later on that day.
Confronted with the inconsistencies in their stories, Julius changes his.
He then says, oh, wait a minute. I was actually at my friend's house in Petersburg.
Did you go anywhere else?
No, sir.
The detectives are all but certain he's lying.
Detectives at this time, they decided to do a gunshot residue test.
It comes back positive. He actually held a gun and he fired it on that day.
The test results are enough for the detectives to place Julius under arrest.
Julius was charged with first-degree murder.
The suspected shooter's arrest is welcome news for Karan's friends and family. But they're shocked to learn he'd recently been released from prison for manslaughter.
He killed someone intentionally and only get 3 years for it.
When we found out, it was a slap in the face. That was extremely frustrated and upset.
But detectives believe the blame for Karan's death doesn't rest solely with Julius.
Basically, Norma and Kia got into it, and she started popping off about how her family and how they was gonna mess her up.
Kia was saying, hey, listen, I'm gonna get my boyfriend involved. He's gonna deal with you.
What detectives wanted to know is if Norma actually instructed her brother to kill him, or if he acted on his own volition.
Since Norma and Lashana have yet to come forward voluntarily, detectives once again turn to the media.
They are asking anyone who has information on the whereabouts of Norma and Lashana to give that information to the Prince George's County Police Department.
The request produces several tips regarding Norma and her friend Lashana's location.
Both of the women taken into custody.
When questioned by detectives, Norma initially denied knowing anything about Karan's murder.
Then why'd you run, Norma?
Because they were shooting up the place.
No.
Glover says they were afraid of getting shot themselves.
Of course, the detectives know different.
Stop lying, okay?
We already arrested Julius.
She figured out that she was caught.
She admits that her brother was actually the killer.
But according to Norma, the detectives have it all wrong.
Norma said, I didn't tell my brother to come in and kill Karan. I didn't tell my brother to come in and shoot anybody.
Truth is, I tried to stop him.
Norma Glover has confirmed that her brother Julius Moultrie is the man that shot and killed Karan Bond at the fast food restaurant where she worked.
I tried to stop him.
She flipped on him and snitched on him.
Which is kind of ironic considering how angry she had been about Kia supposedly snitching on her.
However, Norma denies asking Julius to kill Karan.
Norma insists that she was not the one who called Julius to the scene. She says that she was actually on the phone with her mother.
Look, I was upset, and I was just telling my mama about what had happened. Julius must have overheard.
Oh, okay. So he just took it upon himself to come up there and shoot Karan, right?
Look, I know how it sounds, but y'all don't know Julius.
She described Julius as crazy.
She explains that he just recently, not too long ago, got out of prison.
When he gets upset, there's no telling what he'll do.
Norma says that as soon as she saw Julius pull up outside the restaurant, she knew there would be trouble.
She did visibly see that he was angry.
She said, I tried to stop him. I tried to stop my brother.
Norma tells detectives that she tried to calm him down, but he brushed right past her.
Norma says she was still outside when she heard the shots.
All right, Norma, just tell us what happened, okay?
Lashana came running out, and we ran to my car. And next thing I know, he was there.
He who?
Julius.
Norma says Julius forced her and LaShawn in the car and demanded that they leave the scene.
What you do?
Drive!
Norma tells authorities that her brother made her and LaShawna drive him to a nearby relative's home.
Just because Norma was cooperating, that didn't mean that she was as innocent as she claimed.
When police question her coworker, LaShawna Jacobs, she also claims to be an innocent bystander.
Look, I wasn't even supposed to be there. I already clocked out.
Her story is that she stuck around simply because Norma was her ride home.
LaShawna, when the incident was occurring, was on the phone with her boyfriend, who is detained at Riverside Regional Jail.
I'm gonna call you back, okay?
She got off the phone with him to actually calm down the feud between Norma and Kia.
Oh, Norma, let it go. No, look, she over there running to her boyfriend like I'm scared of him or something.
Norma was spewing out all of these obscenities and all of these threats.
LaShawna was trying everything that she could to calm Norma down. LaShawna said that she even called Norma's mother in hopes that her mother could calm her down.
You called her mom?
Yeah, because she was talking crazy. Come on.
LaShawna was still trying to calm Norma down, but she didn't make any progress.
Norma was actually telling her mother that she was going to get someone to pistol whip Kia.
LaShawna didn't know if that someone was supposed to be Julius.
However, LaShawna says she did see Norma in the parking lot talking to her brother moments before the murder.
She witnessed Norma and Julius having a conversation, and Norma pointing to Karan saying, "That's him right there."
She wasn't trying to stop him.
After this, Julius actually walks into the restaurant and he shoots Karan.
LaShawna says that in the chaos afterwards, she'd found Norma in the parking lot.
She said they were getting in the car when Julius came running up.
He hopped in and they took off.
LaShawna says she was afraid for her life.
Is LaShawna telling the truth? There may be a way for detectives to confirm at least some of her story.
LaShawna was on the phone with her boyfriend, who was incarcerated when the fight was going on.
Jail, the phone calls are recorded.
And when the detectives pull the tape of the call, their contents back up LaShawna's account.
Police were able to hear in the background Norma yelling and screaming,
I know people, okay? I know killers.
I don't cry a lot about Karan. I don't, because before we went to court, Karan came to me in my sleep, and he said, Mom, he shot me. He showed me where they shot him and everything. And I just said, I know, baby, and I just fell out crying. He said, Mom, just cry, I got you, I'm gonna always have you. Tell you, when I went to court, when they showed where that boy was shot, it was the exact same place. Y'all don't have to believe me, but that's true. And so I really don't see him in a picture physical, but I feel him in the spirit. So that's why I know he got his wings.
Based on the testimony of LaShawna Jacobs, detectives have been able to confirm via a recorded jail line that Norma Glover was threatening to call a shooter to the restaurant the day Karan Bond was killed.
I know killers.
With that new information, she is charged with first-degree murder.
I just thank God they were arrested so fast. They were arrested before I even made arrangements with the funeral home.
I'm glad that she was arrested because I couldn't understand why, in between an argument with two women, that you would have someone come in with that intent.
I can say I was relieved that the officers did their due diligence.
When Julius goes on trial in July of 2018, the courtroom is packed.
Julius is the first to go to trial.
However, there is no jury.
Julius opted at this point to have a bench trial.
In a bench trial, it's the judge who determines the verdict.
With all of the evidence that police had, it didn't seem as though Julius had a chance.
Not that the prospect of a short trial and a quick verdict made facing Karan's killer any easier on the family.
He grinned in my face, he stared us down, he was very disrespectful, he was just terrible.
It was aggravating. I wanted to get my hands on him so bad.
Although according to the prosecutors, it was Julius who'd come down to the restaurant looking for blood on the afternoon of the murder.
He'd heard about the fight between Norma and Kia, and that Kia's boyfriend was there.
Julius got the information, worked himself into a rage, just, over the top.
Everybody has, crazy cousins and crazy family members that you know about.
Julius had a violent past. He had recently gotten out of prison for killing his own stepfather.
He'd already had that tendency to become violent.
But it was his sister who provided the target for his rage.
She pointed to my brother and said, "That's him right there."
He knew exactly who to walk up to, ask the question.
Heard you got a problem with my sister.
And he just shot him.
Brother was trying to turn and run, and he got shot again.
He was not a fighter, he was not a thug, he was not a gangster, he was a college student.
I could imagine that he was terrified.
My brother just died on the floor.
The prosecutors present plenty of evidence that Julius was Karan's killer.
They had the gunshot residue test that came back positive.
Norma implicated Julius as the person who in fact did this heinous act.
For the judge, it all adds up to a murder conviction.
He found Julius guilty of murder.
The judge sentences Julius to life in prison. And in the state of Virginia, there is no parole for murder convictions.
He'll be spending the rest of his life behind bars.
It's not enough for Karan's family.
He's in prison, but he's still alive. He's still getting 3 hearts in the cot. He probably moving through, functioning. I mean, he was there not too long prior, so I'm pretty sure he was accustomed to being in prison already.
The family was still upset that Julius was out on parole for manslaughter when the murder occurred.
He should have never been released from the first murder he committed.
If he was still in there, my brother would be alive.
When Norma, who also opts for a bench trial, goes before the judge, the prosecutors know that the case against her isn't as cut and dry.
After all, it was Julius that pulled the trigger.
But the prosecution argues the murder never would have happened if Norma hadn't pointed Karan out to her brother.
She knew who her brother was, and she knew how he was. She knew what the heck was gonna happen.
Just because you don't pull the trigger doesn't mean you didn't have anything to do with it.
If Norma wouldn't have pointed out Karan Bond would be here today.
She should be held just as accountable as her brother was for the whole situation. Even though he was a trigger man, she pretty much hired an assassin or a hitman to come kill my brother, because in essence, that's exactly what she did.
Still, the defense insists Norma can't be blamed for the killing.
Norma's defense attorney said that she had no knowledge that her brother was going to commit that murder. She had no knowledge that he was going to come to that restaurant.
She says that she could not control Julius. She says that he was crazy, that he was irate, and that she could not have stopped him even if she wanted to.
Julius was going to act any way that he wanted to regardless.
But when the judge delivers his verdict, he determines that Julius isn't solely responsible for Karan's death.
The judge finds Norma Glover guilty of first-degree murder and sentences her to 48 years in prison.
I wish she had gotten life.
She was the cause of it. None of this would have happened if it weren't for her.
and the friends and family Karan left behind still struggle to understand why it happened at all.
It's extremely frustrating to know that such a sweet kid was murdered in cold blood by someone he didn't know and didn't have any interaction with. It's just mind-boggling.
The reality of today's world is people get so worked up about very minor things. I mean, come on, you're talking about an argument over a shift. Really? We're gonna kill somebody over that?
His life was cut short for nothing.
But he will always be remembered.
If I could talk to him now, I would tell him how much he was missed and how much of an impact he already had. He always told us he just wanted to be great, but that he was already great.
I love my brother and I miss him. Like, I miss him a whole lot. And as long as I'm alive, he will never be forgotten, that's for sure.
The promise of social media fame can become an invigorating drug.
It empowers you, and you've not had power your whole life. She's become a local celebrity.
I woke up with 100,000 views, so then I started to build this whole image, just like a gangsta boo type, you know.
But maintaining that image comes at a cost.
It was like my clout with his clout. So it was like this big thing, but I started to see like red flags.
He was becoming more and more agitated.
I said, what the? I'm like, man, this cat is crazy. What is he on?
When you decide to prioritize your image over your values, you may end up risking it all.
She even wrote a song about the relationship of her being Bonnie and him being Clyde.
Some people, once they're out there, and it's too late to grab them back in to save them.
I remember praying, like, God, if this is meant for me to die, please let it be fast.
What happened to Bonnie? What happened to the ride or die person that you claim to be?
The gun comes out and he shoots.
I'm shaking so bad, and he's like, the devil told me to take it, so ha ha ha.
March 2nd, 2017. It's Thursday afternoon in the sprawling Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex.
Dallas is a very vibrant city, full of cultural and ethnic diversity.
Dallas has always been larger than life.
But at 2:40 p.m., the hustle and bustle is pierced by the sound of gunshots.
This was in Oak Cliff, the southern end of town. That area is kind of known for being the higher crime half of the city.
A local shop owner was the first one to call 911.
He said after hearing the gunshots, he saw a young man lying in the streets, severely injured.
First responders race to the scene and find the victim unresponsive on the ground.
They do all they can to try to revive this young man.
They go to intervene to see if there's any life-sustaining treatments that they can do, but he's already deceased.
First responders locate the victim's driver's license and identify him as 19-year-old Drakeiston Alex. Drakeiston Alex had already touched many lives at a young age.
He was an awesome kid, full of life. This was never a dull moment with him, I swear. He's a good kid.
He was the clown of the bunch. He's very athletic. He loved flipping, jumping off of anything, buildings, houses, cars, it didn't matter.
Drakeiston's charming personality made him popular with the ladies.
They're like, oh, Dre, oh, Dre. They love him, though, because he's so funny.
Not only did he have his own 1-year-old, but he had a child on the way.
He was a good father to those kids, too. He stepped in. He was a good dad, a crazy one, but he was good. He's a big kid himself.
As a soon-to-be father of 2, Drake Keaston was determined to provide a solid future for his kids.
He wanted to be a rapper, but, you know, he was an athlete.
He always wanted to be like a football player, a basketball player.
If he wanted to do something, he was gonna do it. Like, he would never be told no, that you can't do it. Yes, the sky's the limit.
But now, Drake Keaston Alex lies dead in the middle of a city street, gunned down in broad daylight.
So detectives get to the scene and they begin looking for evidence in the crime.
I was the lead detective on this case. You just show up and we kind of figure it out as we go.
They determined that Drake Keaston was wounded in his hip, which severed a major artery, and that's what ultimately caused his death.
There were some spent casings. Those were .380 casings.
Detectives turn to the witnesses at the scene, hoping they can provide more information about what happened.
Unfortunately, the witnesses didn't see the whole thing. They only saw the aftermath.
They heard the shots, came out to see what was going on, and found him lying on the ground in a pool of blood.
However, the shop owner who made the initial 911 call has some good news for detectives.
He tells them there's a security camera on the outside of his shop that very well could have captured the full crime.
It was pointing in the direction that witnesses described the event happening.
When detectives get their hands on the footage, it's just what they're hoping for.
The footage doesn't appear to be high quality, but it does capture the murder.
The video begins with Drake Keaston casually walking through the parking lot.
He's just walking through the parking lot and then starts walking across the street.
He's moving in one direction, and he turns his head as if someone has called out to him.
That's when another man enters the frame.
It appears that the communications between the two were developing into a more of aggressive conversation based on the body language of the two individuals.
Like, he's kind of in the middle of the street and kind of keeps backing up, you know, and trying to walk off.
That's when the other man pulls out a gun.
The gun comes out and he shoots.
At that point, Drake Keaston takes off running, and he's got a limp.
You can see him even point and shoot as Alex is running just out of frame where he collapses and dies.
It's soon clear the shooter wasn't working alone.
The shooter essentially is seen turning and running towards the PT Cruiser.
The passenger door swings open, and the shooter jumps into the car, and this PT Cruiser speeds away.
Detectives now know that they have multiple suspects to look for before they can solve this crime.
On March 2nd, 2017, Dallas homicide detectives are trying to solve the tragic murder of 19-year-old Drake Keaston Alex.
I got a phone call and said, your son has been shot. Then I'm just, heart just pounding, and I'm crying, and I'm outraged.
She was just screaming, can't breathe. I said, what's going on? Drake just got killed. She's like, what? It was crazy.
Fortunately, detectives are one step closer to locating the suspected killers after reviewing surveillance footage of the incident.
They could get a general description of their suspect. He appeared to be a black man, about 5'8" and 140 pounds.
They've also determined that he had an accomplice. After the shooting, he ran and jumped into a PT Cruiser that then sped away from the scene.
The footage is too grainy to make out the vehicle's license plate number, so investigators quickly circulate screenshots of the car online.
We can immediately put something on the blog and on Facebook, and it takes off.
Almost immediately, they begin receiving calls to their tip line.
The police get a call from someone who identified the driver as an Ashley Coleman.
When the police pulled Ashley's DMV records, they were able to determine that she was the owner of a PT Cruiser.
As patrol officers begin scouring the city for Ashley and her PT Cruiser, detectives begin looking into their new suspect. 27-year-old Ashley Coleman was no stranger to hardship.
Well, my childhood coming up was hard. It was 4 of us, and my mom, she worked, but, she was a single mother. I was a victim of sexual abuse. I encountered it a few times coming up.
I think any time that someone places you in a scenario that steals your innocence, it's something that you carry with you for the rest of your life.
It affected my self-esteem in a major way. I always felt like I wasn't pretty enough, or I was too dark, or maybe it's my gap, or maybe it's because I didn't have a lot.
As a teen, Ashley began to act out.
I was in juvenile from 15 to 18, so I didn't experience adolescence. I started to express myself with music. The things that I couldn't talk about, I wrote about. And then one day I began to write and talk it instead of singing it.
She continued to write poetry, which ultimately turned into her wanting to become a rapper.
Eventually, Ashley worked up the courage to share her music online. But her positive messaging largely fell on deaf ears.
I was doing motivational music, but nobody wants to hear motivational music. I noticed I would get 200 views or 300 views.
She ended up having beef with another local rapper who was trying to tear Ashley down. But Ashley wrote a song about her.
Nobody's excited about anything positive. Most people aren't, not from where I'm from. And so I changed a lot of who I was and a lot of what I was doing to make it fit.
The change in direction got her noticed almost instantly.
I woke up with 100,000 views, maybe I should just go for it. And that's what I started to do. So then I started to build this whole image, just like a gangsta boo type.
Ashley's music became so popular that venues began booking her to perform live.
I was starting to get a buzz in my city.
Based off of this kind of new persona that she's developed, she's doing shows now throughout Dallas. Ashley was getting all this notoriety. She's become a local celebrity.
And it was at one of her local performances that Ashley met someone who would change her life forever.
I'm doing this one party, and this guy, he's in the crowd. I glanced at him, and I thought passed, he's fine,
And this young man starts throwing money at her in the stage.
So I'm like, oh, okay, they feeling the song. I'm rocking with it.
Back at home after her set, Ashley noticed a DM from her handsome admirer, Hakeem Griffin White.
He's like, dang, I've been trying to get at you for so long, and then I throw a little money and you finally and hit me back.
Ashley agreed to meet up with Hakeem for a date, and the rest was history.
That is kind of where things grow and develop in their connection.
He began to take me to do all these things that I missed out on, like go-karting, movies. We would go watch like the airplanes take off, ponds to feed the ducks.
Before long, Ashley and Hakeem became one of the new power couples in Dallas's hip-hop scene.
Every party we would go to, he was popular, so like everybody knew him, and it was like my clout with his clout, so it was like this big thing.
Is Hakeem Griffin White the young man from the surveillance video that gunned down Drakeiston Alex?
He matched the description of the individual detectives have been looking for. Police are shocked to discover that he's only 17, 10 years younger than Ashley.
Soon, investigators receive a bombshell piece of evidence that solidifies their theory.
Ashley and Hakeem are flaunting guns on Facebook and are talking about going to shoot someone.
I say, what the? I'm like, man, this cat is crazy. What is he on? Put the guns down. If you gotta shoot or kill somebody, you don't need them. If you gotta put an image out just to get some friends, you don't need them. Everybody wants this bad image until it's time to go meet the judge. That's when they want to cry for their mamas and stuff. You wasn't crying when you was out there doing the crime, so don't cry now, you know? You do stuff like that, you go kill somebody, just put the shoe on the other foot, where if it was you.
In March of 2017, Dallas investigators suspect Ashley Coleman and her boyfriend, Hakeem Griffin White, are behind the murder of 19-year-old Drakeiston Alex.
They confirm that Ashley owns the same type of vehicle that was spotted fleeing from the crime scene. And Hakeem is a match for the description of the shooter.
Their theory is soon bolstered by an unexpected piece of evidence. A video posted on Facebook Live shows Ashley and Hakeem boasting about a life of crime.
The video had been recorded just a few hours before the shooting.
The two of them are loading weapons. They were talking about wanting to murder or harm someone.
That's how I do things, bro. I sit the bullets down to the other side, bro. I said the bullet, look, I really need. You see how them all touch. So I really need them. You hear me? Man, that was y'all. See, talking bullet that way every last time.
The video was like he in a rage and, oh yeah, and you flicking the gun.
I told myself if I go back to this for life, look, real talk, bro.
The gun Hakeem has in the video is a .380, the same caliber as the casings found at the murder scene.
I'm ready to see you move aside now, bro. I'm gonna let you know it's me. I'm gonna let you know who did it.
Detectives are convinced the person Hakeem is threatening in the video is Drakeiston. It's a hard pill to swallow for Drakeiston's family.
Hakeem was a friend of his, but was a young guy that in my house I fed, slept, clothed, you know, so that hurt me even more.
Hakeem and Drakeiston essentially grew up together, but they hadn't been close in a while.
I had just seen him walking and I was talking to him and, you know, telling him how much I missed them and, you know, keep your head up, stay out of trouble.
I say, what the? I'm like, man, this cat is crazy. What is he on? I don't know if they was on drugs or what, but I still can't figure out why would they do that to my nephew.
Investigators fear that if they don't find Ashley and Hakeem soon, there could be more victims.
We had covert units that were going out trying to find them at these different locations.
They're surveilling all known addresses.
On March 3rd, police finally get a hit on the couple's whereabouts.
The police find the PT Cruiser in front of one of the addresses.
Investigators want to make sure the suspects are in the house before they make a move.
They stake out the residence, waiting for Ashley or Hakeem to make an appearance.
But as they lay in wait, another vehicle pulls up. It's a large U-Haul truck.
A driver gets out of the U-Haul and goes into the house.
That's when police spot Ashley Coleman.
She and the U-Haul driver began loading things into the truck.
Investigators suspect that this means Ashley and Hakeem are planning on making a run for it.
We knew that they were planning on going somewhere because they loaded up a U-Haul.
When Ashley and the U-Haul driver are finished, investigators trail them as they drive off.
Ashley drives separately from the U-Haul.
The police begin to follow the vehicles, the PT Cruiser in front of the U-Haul and the police behind.
It's pretty easy to follow a U-Haul and not lose a U-Haul.
Ashley and the PT Cruiser are a different story.
Or we lose the PT Cruiser.
With Ashley now in the wind, police hit their sirens and pull over the U-Haul for further investigation.
So we get the U-Haul and it ends up being this homeless guy.
He appears to be confused as to what's going on.
According to the homeless man, he had just met Ashley and her boyfriend earlier that day.
They're like, hey, will you help us move? We'll pay you, feed you, whatever.
Thinking nothing of it, this homeless man agreed to help them with their move. He had no idea they were suspects in a murder case.
After arranging for the U-Haul and its contents to be transported back to police headquarters, investigators continue surveillance on Ashley's address.
They're hoping that Ashley or Hakeem will return before they flee the area.
Around 4 p.m., they're in luck.
They see a white car pull up to the house.
Ashley gets out and goes into the house. When she comes outside, she gets back into the white car and they drove off.
This time, police move in quickly.
They hit their siren and instructed the vehicle to pull over.
The driver of the vehicle follows police orders, but Ashley has other ideas.
When the police attempt to stop the vehicle, Ashley jumps out of the car.
She takes off running, and now police are at risk of losing her for a second time.
On March 3rd, 2017, Dallas police finally have their murder suspect, Ashley Coleman, in their crosshairs.
The police lost her once in her PT Cruiser, but then saw her again getting into a white sedan.
When the police attempt to stop the vehicle, Ashley jumps out of the car and runs away, evading the police officers again.
She just kind of disappeared.
To investigators' dismay, the driver of the white sedan seems clueless.
So similarly to the experience of the U-Haul driver, this driver of the white car had no information about what was going on.
He too met Ashley for the first time that day, just after she evaded the police the first time.
He's like, I don't know, this lady just flagged me down and said she needed help. So like I was trying to do the Good Samaritan thing. And she said, I need a ride, my car broke down.
The driver of the white car was able to give the detectives the location of the PT Cruiser.
As Ashley and Hakeem continue to evade police, they remain active on social media.
Hakeem and Ashley decide to take to social media in an attempt to defend themselves from the allegations surrounding this murder.
They're denying the murder, any involvement with this shooting. She didn't shoot anybody. It's all her rap persona. It's all related to this character that she built, and it's not who she is at all.
The drama behind Drakeston Alex's murder grows Ashley's already substantial online following.
It definitely quadrupled her social media following overnight. Now the whole city's heard of her. When everybody starts forming their opinion.
Thanks to the couple's unwillingness to lay low, investigators stay hot on their trail.
Some of our covert guys, this is their full-time job, right? It's just kind of staying under the radar and just kind of figuring out where people are going. And they ended up finding them at this motel.
This time, police move in right away.
So I'm sitting in the hotel. I'm asleep, actually. I had took like 6 Seroquels because I was on those medications at the time for depression. So when they came, I couldn't even move how I wanted to.
She was so out of it, she didn't even have the wherewithal or knowledge to be able to articulate anything as she was being arrested.
The arrests are welcome news to Drake Easton's grieving family.
God is good. I just say God is good, you know? So we ain't got to worry about nobody else's family getting hurt.
It didn't ease my pain by them catching them, but it made me feel good that you're not out and to do it to anyone else.
Due to Ashley's concerning mental state, she's sent to the hospital for evaluation while police transport Hakeem back to the station.
When they first started to interrogate him, he denied any involvement in the Alex murder.
You know, he lied for a while. I don't remember it being a real long denial. And then he was generally just more helpful.
Hakeem admits that he'd known Drake Easton Alex ever since childhood, but their relationship became rocky a few years prior.
He just had this ongoing beef with him over just rumors.
I cannot tell you what happened. I know probably 2 years to 3 years back, they did have a little fight.
They just haven't gotten along since.
When asked about his girlfriend's involvement, Hakeem downplays Ashley's part in the crime.
He was saying that, you know, Ashley had no idea that any of this was going to happen. But obviously you're doing this video where you're talking about killing other people, and then you immediately turn around and go kill somebody.
Once Ashley is released from the hospital, detectives bring her in for questioning.
To their surprise, she doesn't have anything good to say about her boyfriend, Hakeem.
According to Ashley, the honeymoon stage in her relationship with Hakeem didn't last long.
I started to see like red flags. He lied about his age for one. He told me he was getting ready to be 19, when really he was 17.
She's 27, he's 17. That's a 10-year difference.
As time went on, the red flags became more and more bold.
Ashley says the week before the murder, Hakeem got into an altercation with another one of his friends.
He tells me, take me up here so I can talk to him. I'm like, okay, you know, they're friends. They're just gonna talk to him.
Ashley says when they arrived to meet up with Hakeem's friend, the conversation immediately became heated.
They exchanged words, but it seemed like his friend is trying to work it out when really Hakeem is like on 10. And so I'm like, well, Hakeem, just get back in the car. And before I could really get like my whole sentence out, he's shooting. I was scared. I was like, that's your friend. What are you doing? So he jumps in the car and he's like, follow him. I'm like, no, you know. So he slaps me for not following him. That actually was the first time that I noticed that he was being abusive.
Ashley tells detectives that night was only the beginning of the hell she'd endure at the hands of her man.
I closed my eyes and I remember praying, like, God, if this is meant for me to die, please let it be fast.
On March 5th, 2017, Dallas homicide detectives are questioning 27-year-old Ashley Coleman, a suspected accomplice in the murder of 19-year-old Drake Easton Alex. But according to Ashley, she too has been a victim of the alleged shooter, Hakeem Griffin White.
Ashley tells detectives that she and Hakeem were involved in an abusive relationship. She became very afraid of Hakeem because of his volatile nature.
Ashley says eventually she decided enough was enough and tried to break things off with Hakeem.
Me and him's in the car, and I'm kind of like at the point where I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm slacking on my music, and I just can't do it.
But Hakeem wasn't having it.
He flipped out, get in my face, and he headbutted me. I had never been headbutted before, and it hurts. He broke my nose. He just went crazy. He just started hitting me, fighting me, and knocked out a tooth at the back, and busted my lip, and pulled my hair out.
Ashley tells detectives after that, Hakeem suddenly hit the gas.
He's driving, we're on this back road, and he's going like 100 miles an hour in his PC Cruiser, passing through these four-way stop signs. I just put on my seatbelt, and I closed my eyes, and I remember praying, like, God, if this is meant for me to die, please let it be fast.
Seconds later, Hakeem veered off the road.
I'm screaming. So he veered off, and we go into the grass, and the car cuts off. So that was God saying, get out the car.
But at that point, Ashley felt trapped.
There's research that supports that. It literally is life or death. The most dangerous time for an individual in domestic violence is when they're leaving.
It was like I was doomed if I didn't.
So she's got her identity of the physical abuse that's happening between the relationship and her and Hakeem. And then she's got this other persona where she's a badass female rapper that she's trying to continue to propagate for her artistry.
Ashley says the following day, Hakeem brought both her worlds crashing down.
So I go in the house, and he's making this video. He's on there like showing all these bullets on camera, saying like, yeah, this is what's going on, and this is what I'm gonna do.
Ashley admits she joined in on the video recording.
So I'm like, yeah, such. I'm trash talking. I mean, I have this gangster boo type of thing going on, and I'm already rap beefing with such and such and such and such, so I'm just trying to make it real.
According to Ashley, after they were done recording the video, they left to head to her sister's house.
I'm driving on the freeway, and I get off and I pull up on Bunny View.
They just happened to see Drake Houston in the parking lot, and Hakeem tells Ashley to pull over.
Ashley was on the phone with her mom at the time.
She's like, I just had a dream. You need to leave that boy alone. It's either you going to jail or you going to be dead.
Ashley says it was then that she noticed what was happening outside of the car.
I hear this guy saying, please, King, please. So I'm like, Mom, I'm going to call you back. Hakeem, he has this gun up in broad daylight, and Drake Houston has his hands up. This had something to do from something that he felt like he wronged him a year ago, before I even came into his life. I'm like, Hakeem, he's not paying me any attention. He looks at me, but then he looks forward again.
Ashley tells detectives that she's watching in horror as Hakeem shoots Drake Houston.
He shoots. And he runs back, and he jumps in the car, and he tells me to drive. And I'm like, Hakeem, what did you just, I'm shaking so bad. And he's like, the devil told me to take his soul, ha ha ha, and start laughing, like this evil laugh. The gun was still smoking, literally.
However, Ashley claims she didn't realize Drake Houston's injuries were fatal at the time.
Before I drove off, he looked me in my eyes. And I looked at him, I was just scared. I could tell he was scared. That look hunted me for so long.
Following the incident, Ashley says she dropped Hakeem off and then she went back home, still shaken up.
I go back to the house and I go to sleep because I'm exhausted. He's been taking me through it.
But the next day, she was awakened by a torrent of social media alerts.
The whole city was talking about her.
She and Hakeem were wanted for murder.
My phone is pinging, bing, 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 bing. I'm viral.
It was an interesting case because this whole case almost played itself out on social media. Sometimes when you put it out on that global scale, you don't know who is going to react to it in the way that they're going to react to it. And now everybody knows. Just know that there's a consequence to everything that you put out there into social media. And once you ring that bell, you can't unring it.
March 5th, 2017. Detectives in Dallas, Texas are questioning Ashley Coleman about the shooting death of 19-year-old Drakeiston Alex at the hands of Ashley's boyfriend, Hakeem Griffin White.
Ashley claims that she had no idea that he was going to open fire, and after she drove him from the crime scene, she claimed that she had no idea that he was dead.
The next morning, Ashley says she awoke to a flurry of notifications on her social media.
My phone is pinging, bing, 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 bing. I'm like, oh, something went viral on my page again because things have been going viral. Well, it's not nothing viral, I'm viral. There's all these people tagging me in the police because they seen my picture, they knew who I was, because I was Facebook famous because of the music.
When asked why she hadn't turned herself in, Ashley tells detectives that she was scared.
I was confused on where to go, how to play it. We go to friends and he was so paranoid. And he's like, let me kill her and take her car, the girl who was helping. I'm like, why do you want to do that? And no, you've done enough. Like, this is ridiculous at this point.
However, detectives don't believe Ashley is being entirely honest with them.
She's trying to manipulate me. She's trying to get out of going to jail by saying that she's pregnant. She was not pregnant. The hospital is like, no, she's no signs that she's ever been pregnant. It's on her social media that she's putting out this video of them loading up the guns. She's actively like trying to throw us off by finding all these other cars. She's constantly asking people for help under some false pretense.
At the end of the day, both Ashley and Hakeem were charged with murder.
Ashley decides to plead guilty to the charges in exchange for a 19-year sentence.
I didn't go to trial, I just took a plea deal because I was scared, I didn't know my rights. So I really kind of got railroaded. I should have fought, but I didn't understand it or the system.
However, Hakeem Griffin White decides to take his chances in court.
The defense isn't saying that this wasn't Hakeem who was in the videos and committed this crime. They are simply trying to persuade the jury to convict on the basis of manslaughter instead of murder.
If he's convicted of manslaughter, he is facing a 20-year sentence versus a potential life sentence if he's convicted of murder.
He had his head down the whole time. You couldn't even look me in my eyes. You couldn't even get up on the stand to at least tell me to my face that you were sorry. I'm not just anybody. You know me. You know who I am. For you not to even tell me that you were sorry hurt me the most.
Based on the surveillance video that literally caught Hakeem in the act, along with his recorded confession to police about his involvement, it doesn't take the jury long to come to a decision.
Hakeem is found guilty of murder and sentenced to 75 years in prison.
They view Hakeem as an individual who intended to harm and intended to shoot, to kill.
The verdict is bittersweet for Drakeiston's still grieving family.
Emotions was everywhere. Yes, you getting sentenced was a great feeling, but it still didn't solve anything. I mean, I still feel the same way I feel. It didn't bring my son back.
What we are going through, this is a daily thing. A lot of people try to tell my sister, oh, it get easy, it get easy. It don't. His smile. I miss his smile. And him, period. That was my nephew, you know.
My son was a kid. He was lovable. He was outgoing. He didn't deserve to die. So as long as I'm living, I'm gonna keep my son's name alive.
Ashley Coleman is now challenging her conviction.
Ashley is currently trying to seek a pardon, claiming that she was a victim of domestic violence.
At the end of the day, you always have a choice. It may feel like you do not, but that's normally just because the choice you have to make is so difficult. Choosing for yourself how you want to show up, how you want to receive love, how you want to experience life can make such a fundamental difference of where you go in the world.
I actually wrote a piece that I wanted to say before we ran out of time. It's kind of a warning. I sit in prison because of a guy's weakness, abuse, and fear. We are not puppets for men. We are not their vessels to manipulate. Every woman that has been manipulated into believing that hurt is love, I'm fighting for my freedom and yours too. One finger can't move a pebble, but one hand can move the world.
If you and your man find social media fame together, it might feel like an exciting ride. But love isn't a ride, it's a journey. And when passion clouds judgment, causing us to lose sight of where we're going, we risk completely losing our way. After a move to Nebraska, Chicago native Shavante Green is hoping for a fresh start.
Shavante was looking for that person that would make her life complete.
But things turn sour when she meets a man who brings her dark side into the light.
The specifics are excruciating to describe. It was a night of horror.
She had been so manipulated by Ronald that she was just willing to do whatever he wanted her to do.
And in Cleveland, Ohio, Letitia Santos has finally found a man who makes her heart flutter.
She was really happy. She was always smiling. They were just really the best of friends.
But staying loyal is a tall order when he drives her to do the unthinkable.
Letitia was afraid of Stefan. She feared for her life, and she was going to do anything to keep Stefan happy.
The choice she made by sticking by him, she lost a lot. And now she has to just pay the price.
Hailing from the hardened inner-city streets of Chicago, Illinois, Shavante Green is a tough nut to crack.
Shavante grew up in a home with 4 siblings, 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. She was a straight-A student, very motivated, but she was just a little bit introverted.
Although she's the oldest of her brood, Shavante's a loner by nature. Instead of going out on dates like her siblings, she spends her time locked away in her room.
She didn't feel like she fit in with the family, that she wasn't like her sisters and brothers. So I think that that was probably a difficult time for her.
It only gets harder when at age 16, Shavante's single mom meets a man she falls in love with and uproots the family to go live with her new boyfriend 470 miles away in Omaha, Nebraska.
It's hard enough being a teenager as it is, and coming from one state to another state would be difficult to get used to for her.
Things are not as motivating for her. The grades start to plummet. She is recessed in her own mind that this is not where she wants to be.
What is wrong with you, young lady?
Things go from bad to worse when in high school, Mom breaks things off with the man she relocated her family for.
I need for you to do good in school, okay? What else do you want me to do? You know I don't. It doesn't matter whether or not you want to.
After Shavante's mom's boyfriend broke up with her, she kind of went into a tailspin. And she was so distraught that she couldn't even connect with her children, especially Shavante.
Okay, fine.
Shavante was lashing out by sleeping with anyone, anywhere, anytime. That was her way of rebelling to what had happened in her life.
And her promiscuity soon leads her into the arms of a silver-tongued man she meets while attending a party one afternoon at a neighbor's house. 24-year-old Ronald Ford.
Like most young girls, she liked what she was hearing from the smooth-talking, smooth-walking young man. Good-looking guy, may not be the tall, dark, and handsome, but in her eyes, he is exactly what she's looking for.
Shavante soon falls madly in love, even though her new man's shining armor is a bit tarnished.
Ronald was unemployed, living with his mother. He had a criminal background, but the attention that she got from Ronald, the way that he initially made her feel in their relationship, was probably very wonderful for Shavante.
Ronald Ford was a parent's nightmare. That's why fathers and mothers keep shotguns by their bed for guys like Ronald Ford.
It doesn't take long for him to lay down the law. From the get-go, he likes being in charge and tells Shavante exactly how to live her life, including who she can and can't be friends with.
Ronald was very demanding. He would tell Shavante that she couldn't do this or could do that.
Ronald had some real cards that he could hold in order to keep Shavante in his spell. First of all, he was older, and that's a world of difference. You're talking about more of a seasoned adult versus a teenager.
For the first time since moving to Nebraska, the 17-year-old is actually content.
She was looking for Mr. Right, but quite often settled for all of the Mr. Wrongs. And now here was a guy, Ronald, who she believed really loved her back. And this was life-changing for her.
As time passes, the couple becomes inseparable, and she continues to do anything he suggests, including the hard drugs that he's addicted to.
Ronald was a crystal meth user, and he introduced that to Shavante, which changed her world.
Shavante's family started noticing she would be doing things that weren't necessarily in her character, even becoming more withdrawn.
For the next year, Shavante lives in a drug-induced haze. The now 18-year-old somehow manages to graduate high school and moves in with her deadbeat boyfriend. The pair applies for Section 8, a government-assisted housing program.
Section 8 housing is dependent upon the income and the ability for an individual to have a job, so they get subsidized housing. It allows a person to be able to establish their own domain.
Meanwhile, Ronald finds unique ways to pay for their apartment and addiction. For as long as Shavante's been with her man, he's had an obsession with electronics. And stealing them to sell them is also his only source of income.
He had a big thing for computers and laptops, anything that was of a value that he thought he could unload very quickly. So these were the items that Ron would sell to support both his habit and now the developing habit of Shavante.
She did not have a job. She was not going to school, and it seemed as though she was okay with that lifestyle.
In fact, the happy couple is content to spend their days sleeping and smoking meth.
It was about drugs, it was about sex, and it was about pleasing each other.
But love doesn't pay the bills. And when only a few dollars come trickling in, Shavante finds out just how far Ronald will go to fund their crippling drug habits.
Desperate people do desperate things, and this turned into something unspeakable.
Shavante would do anything to maintain this relationship.
Chicago native Shavante Green has finally found love after relocating to Omaha, Nebraska. However, her squeeze Ronald Ford isn't much to write home about.
Doesn't have a job, doesn't even have the potential of getting a job. He's addicted to crystal meth. He doesn't know how he's going to pay for it. He burglarizes, he steals to get his hands on things that he could easily sell.
But Ronald's devious ways come with a price. For the next 5 years, he begins a string of arrests. He's in and out of prison for various offenses, ranging from cocaine possession to burglary to receiving stolen property.
No matter how many times Ronald was incarcerated, no matter how many prison sentences that he had to serve, Shavante remained loyal to him, and he still had a place to go every time he got out.
Before long, the couple is back to their old selves, looking for ways to pay for drugs. And that's when a desperate Ronald comes up with a plan to sell a stolen laptop he's been tinkering with.
And then he went to a friend of his and asked this friend if he knew anyone that would want to buy this laptop.
They software and everything.
The friend, Keith Driver, agrees to pay $400 for the laptop.
Call me tomorrow, I got you the rest.
Keith provides Ron $20 in good faith that I'll be back with the additional monies. Leave this to me, you can go back home, and I'll get in touch with you when I'll have your money.
Ronald gives Keith a day to come up with the remaining $380. But when he doesn't hear a peep from the middleman, Ronald grows antsy, certain he's being stiffed.
I need my laptop, okay? Playing games.
So he tells Shavante that he's going to go back to Keith's house, and he's going to look for Keith.
And much to her surprise, Ronald says she's going to help him get his money.
Ronald was including her in one of his outings. She was being considered not just an assistant, but a partner.
Under the cover of darkness, the couple drives 2 miles to Keith's home on the edge of town. Though they're met by someone they're not expecting, Keith's girlfriend, Jackie, who's home alone. Ronald explains that Keith owes him money for the computer, and he's not leaving until he gets it.
She lets them into the house. They kind of hang out for a while Shavante and Ronald wait for Keith to arrive back.
Trouble is, Jackie says she's not sure where her boyfriend went or when he'll be home. And it sets the computer salesman off.
Ronald starts getting more and more agitated. He is now picking up things in their house that he thinks would be of value to him for the money that Keith owes him.
And that's when the mood changes. Jackie now becomes a little bit agitated, and she tends to tell Ron to stop touching things, leave my property alone.
Hush. When Shavante hears Jackie's hostile tone, her claws come jutting out.
This made Shavante very angry. The fact that Jackie was yelling at her man.
And she starts to slap or punch Jackie in the face, and at a point she punches her hard enough to knock her down to the floor.
Ronald is undeterred by the victim's cries for help, as he starts stuffing his duffel bag with CD players, stereos, and as many electronics as he can get his hands on. Meanwhile, Shavante keeps a watchful eye on Jackie, making sure she doesn't try anything foolish.
She's in this now to the end. She's committed, and there is nothing that's going to tear her away from defending her man.
That's when the couple decides it's time to leave Keith's place and go look for the man himself.
Ronald and Shavante led her and forced her to enter their vehicle.
Jackie is certain they'll find Keith and disappear before anyone else gets hurt. Unfortunately, the conniving couple has a more sinister idea of how this night will play out.
The specifics are excruciating to describe. It was a night of horror.
And later, in Cleveland, Ohio, Letitia Santos will also learn that following a bad boy's lead can land you in a world of trouble.
Stefan had a lot of rage, and this rage ended in the most violent way.
She thought that this was her knight in shining armor, and then here he is, this crazed lunatic.
Even in the early stages of their relationship, when Ronald and Shavante were taking a break from each other, her lover proved he had a propensity for violence.
Ronald showed up to Shavante's house one day, and Shavante was having sexual relations with another man. He became so angry at that time that he actually beat up this man bad enough where the man ended up in the intensive care unit.
In Omaha, Nebraska, Shavante Green and her boyfriend, Ronald Ford, have kidnapped the girlfriend of Keith Driver, a man they think is stiffing them on payment for a computer. But instead of going to find Keith to get their money, the couple has other plans. They drive back to Chevante's, and once they arrive, Ronald grabs Jackie and forces her into the living room.
Once they get into that house, things just escalate even further. At that point, Ronald and Chavante put Jackie into a closet.
Ronald tells his girlfriend to wait in the neighboring bedroom. He then shuts the door behind him and turns his attention to Jackie in the most sadistic way possible.
Yeah, where Keith at now?
Ronald told Jackie, take your clothes off.
There, he tortures her with reckless abandon.
Bring me my chain.
He had sodomized her with a table leg. He put a cigarette butt out on her back. He hit her with a chain, just brutally attacked Jackie for hours in that closet while Chavante was standing by and actually assisting him.
So no matter what he asked, no matter what his demands are, I'm going to do whatever it takes to support this man that I love.
When Ronald tires of the vicious assault, he allows his victim to take a bath as a stoic Chavante looks on.
Chavante had every opportunity to help this woman. She didn't help her, she didn't assist her, she didn't make him stop and make this stop. She did nothing.
But Chavante will have to think fast when she finds out what's playing out across town. Keith has just arrived home, and he's stunned to see the disarray at his place.
It had clearly been gone through quickly. He also immediately knew that his girlfriend was not there. He was concerned about her.
Keith has a sinking feeling he knows who's to blame, given that he owes Ronald money.
So he calls the police immediately. That is possibly over a computer deal that's gone wrong. Now this really gets interesting. Keith leads the police to the residence of Chavante in Tehran Fort.
Realizing the jig is up, the lovebirds quickly come up with a story they hope officers will believe.
They put her in Chavante's clothing. If the police asked her anything, Jackie was told that she needed to tell them that her boyfriend Keith beat her up. And these two people, Chavante and Ronald, saved her.
It was a complete act of desperation by dressing up Jackie in Chavante's clothes.
Knowing it's her only way of escape, Jackie agrees, and Chavante quickly shoves her out the door, slamming it shut behind her. Immediately, Jackie goes off script.
After Jackie was allowed to leave, she obviously told her boyfriend, Keith, and also the police officers what happened when she was inside.
As Jackie's rushed to the hospital, the door again creaks open and Chavante pokes her head out. Police push their way in and search the house, but can't find her fellow assailant.
Ronald Ford!
Just then, officers hear a rustling sound coming from the bedroom.
As they proceed to enter the bedroom, they see a piece of furniture that's in an odd place. They move the furniture and behold, they find Ronald Ford. He's apprehended, he's taken off.
The pair is immediately cuffed and taken into custody. At the PD, they're questioned separately, and the strong bond they once had for each other starts to crumble.
Ronald specifically was indicating that nothing he did was non-consensual. Chavante, on the other hand, she would admit to assisting him, handing him things or bringing him things, but not in more active participation.
With the deck stacked against them, Chavante pleads guilty to kidnapping, tampering with physical evidence, and second-degree assault. Ronald pleads guilty to kidnapping, first-degree sexual assault, use of a weapon to commit a felony, and second-degree assault.
Chavante was an active participant throughout this night. She never tried to stop what was happening to her and instead took an active role in victimizing this woman. It was an excruciating experience that no one can even imagine enduring at the hands of these two individuals.
For their actions, Chavante is sentenced to 51 to 65 years in prison. while Ronald receives a heftier sentence of 80 to 130 years with the possibility of parole. For Shavante, her quest for love cost her more than just a broken heart.
Shavante lost everything that night by the choices that she made to carry out these acts with Ronald. She lost her family and she lost her freedom.
While incarcerated, Shavante shows little remorse for the heinous crime she helped commit.
Shavante certainly had made some really poor decisions in her life. This perhaps was the worst. All of it because she thought it was about love.
She was under the influence of two things that night: methamphetamines and Ronald Ford.
I can't say where Shavante's life would have taken her without Ronald Ford's influence in it. But that night, Shavante was in that house and did these things that changed this woman's life forever.
Shavante's dreams of having a man all to herself went up in smoke when she followed her heart directly into darkness. And in Cleveland, Ohio, Letitia Santos is also driven to a life of crime by a man who stole her heart. At just 17 years old, Letitia Santos is living a charmed life in Brockton, Massachusetts, just 25 miles south of Boston.
Letitia was an only child. She lived with her mom, my auntie Sandra, and my uncle Manny, and they just spoiled her rotten. They were really good to her.
The high school junior has always kept her nose in a textbook, but these days, she's gearing up for life after school with her first true love, Darby Fulcher.
This was the man of her dreams. She was so infatuated with him. They were like the best of friends.
Following graduation, the couple moves in together and over the years welcomes two beautiful children into the world. Though after 7 years of wedded bliss, the storybook romance begins a heartbreaking chapter.
She found out that he was cheating on her, and it broke her heart. After the breakup, she lost her dad. He died of a heart attack. That right there was a big blow for Letitia. She lost two of the most important men in her life.
To cope, Letitia hits the bottle, turning to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain.
When you're rejected as a young woman, it can cause all sorts of emotional damage. All the ideas that you have as to what healthy love is all about is thrown out the window.
And that's when the rest of her world crumbles.
Letitia loses custody of her children because she can't keep them in a stable environment.
Without her kids, her ex, or her deceased father, Letitia is left to wander through life alone. But it doesn't take long for her to grab the hand of a man nearly 700 miles away, who leads Letitia down an even darker path.
Stefan appeared to be someone who would care for Letitia. However, there was another side to him that she didn't know about.
Do you know who you're talking to?
He was just so manipulative that, you know, she just couldn't resist him.
Massachusetts native Letitia Santos is hoping for a fresh start after being dumped by her kid's father and having her children taken away by the state. Fortunately, she has some loving family members in Ohio who welcome her with open arms.
Letitia called me one day and asked if she could come live with me in Cleveland because she needed a new start. She wanted new surroundings so that she could get custody of her children back. That was her main goal, and I was all for it.
Letitia packs her bags and makes the 700-mile trek to the Buckeye State. Over the next 6 months, the young mother on the mend sobers up and gets acquainted with her new surroundings. Though finding work without a college degree isn't as easy as she hoped.
Took her a few times to try to get jobs, but she seemed to never laid her foot down on one.
So she falls back on the one thing she has going for her striking good looks.
Letitia was desperate for cash. She knew how to dance, she knew how to work her body, you know, and her attitude to make money to survive.
So she began to dance at a popular club near downtown.
Unfortunately, not everyone is excited to see Letitia take center stage.
I said, well, girl, you gotta be careful now, because a lot of stuff goes on in them strip joints. I said, because there's a lot of bad things going around there.
She needed the money, and in her mind, she could be treated like a goddess. And this made her feel really good. It was a self-medication in building up her self-esteem.
But the real trouble begins when she bumps into Stefan Davis, a patron with plenty of dollar bills and even more desire for the club's newest dancer.
He was handsome and he was charming, you know. He had this smile that just lit up the room, and it made you feel like, wow, he's a nice guy.
He knew the right things to say. In the Midwest, we call that a mouthpiece.
But Stefan proves to be less than meets the eye.
He portrayed himself as a high roller, but he lived in a basement of his parents' house, and he was often borrowing money from people.
Though bunking with his folks is surely an upgrade from the juvenile penitentiary he called home for 9 years.
Stefan was a very troubled person. He raped a teenager when he was a teenager. He eventually murdered a relative's boyfriend, and he spent time in the penal system. And once he was released as an adult, he was convicted again of selling crack cocaine.
After serving his time, the 24-year-old becomes a regular at the club and now spends all his cash on VIP dances with Letitia. The two become friendly, and Stefan whispers enough sweet nothings to pique the dancer's interest.
Letitia told me that she met a guy that she was really crazy about. I could hear it in her voice that he was the guy who was gonna take care of her and help her get her on track.
She had been treated badly. She had significant losses as far as male figures in her life, and she was broke. And here was an opportunity to do much, much better, at least in her own mind.
But after just a few months of dating, his true colors emerge.
Do you hear me? I said don't work on
Not only is he hooked on drugs, Stefan doesn't like Letitia going anywhere without him or talking to other guys. And when she does, he makes her pay.
Sit your ass down before I knock you out.
It went downhill so quickly. We started seeing bruises on Letitia. She would have black eyes or black and blue marks on her arms.
One day, she came in, and I was like, what happened to you? Is this guy whooping on you? And she was like this, no, that was an accident. I said, well, accident? Ain't no accident. It's like somebody hit you in your face.
Time and time again, Letitia returns to her man's controlling arms, though she struggles to deal with the continued abuse.
The relationship was really stressful, so she got to a point where, you know, she just threw her hands up and went ahead and started using again, doing the drugs and alcohol.
It's like falling off that wagon and finding the most convenient way to feel better. But at the end of the day, all you end up doing is exacerbating the problem, making it worse with that chemical addiction.
And when she can't figure out where to get her next fix, Stefan decides to use Letitia's dependency to his advantage. It's Easter Sunday, and he has no plans of hunting for eggs. He'd rather go out partying. But Stefan's car is in the shop, and Letitia doesn't own a vehicle.
Alyssa.
So he buzzes an ex-girlfriend, Alyssa Wagner, to bum some wheels for the night.
What did borrow your van have to do with you going to work?
She worked a late shift, so it was worked out where Alyssa would go and pick him up, and then they would both drive to her work together, and then he could take the car and have it for as long as he wanted that evening.
After dropping his ex off at work around 6:30, Stefan meets Letitia for a night on the town.
The first thing that the two of them did was go and pick up a bottle of liquor and sit and drink it in the car. They went back multiple times to get just full bottles of liquor and drank it while they were driving around.
Around 1 a.m., things take a chilling turn. Stefan is late to hit the brakes while approaching a red light and rear ends an SUV driven by 31-year-old Angel Bradley Crockett, who was on her way to meet some friends.
Stefan made several observations about Angel. He noticed that she was very nicely clothed. He also looked at her SUV. It was a high-end SUV.
It's not even my car. What are you doing?
Intoxicated Stefan is adamant that Angel is at fault, even though he slammed into her and demands payment to fix his vehicle. Angel is terrified by his hostility and offers to throw him a few dollars until they can work this out. But the second she reaches into her handbag, Stefan gets a glint in his eye.
He saw some money either in Angel's wallet or in her purse and thought that she had some money to steal, and so he decided he was going to rob her. Letitia's response to him was, okay, why not?
Stefan drags her to the van, and he tells Letitia to go into Angel's vehicle and to take any items that are of value.
She just was so influenced by Stefan and so manipulated by him. She had nowhere else to turn.
Following an inebriated fender bender on the streets of Cleveland, Letitia Santos and her boyfriend, Stefan Davis, have taken the driver of the other car, Angel Bradley Crockett, hostage. And Stefan makes it clear that he wants more than just Angel's dime to pay for the damage. And Letitia is going to help him get it.
Letitia went to Angel's vehicle, looked around, didn't find any money, and came back and let Stefan know.
That's when she sees just how enraged her hot-tempered boyfriend has become.
Stop screaming. What are you doing? Shut up!
He had Angel in the back. He was demanding oral sex, then demanding sex from her and also beating her at the same time. He was choking her, he was striking her. It was just a vicious beating all around.
Stefan then shifts the rest of his rage onto his girlfriend.
Shut up! Shut up! Come on, baby, you love it.
He forced Letitia, after punching her in the mouth, to also have sex with him.
No!
She had no choice. She was frightened of him. She was frightened for her life.
She had been beaten by him in the past, and when he told her to do something, she did it.
An exasperated Stefan orders Letitia to get dressed and start driving, leaving Angel's SUV behind.
Stefan knew that he could get away with raping Letitia with no problem because he controlled her. But with Angel, he takes it a step further because he knows that Angel would likely call the authorities.
Stefan tells his girlfriend to head for Interstate 90, a familiar road near his mother's house. When they reach the West 44th Street overpass, he tells Letitia to pull over.
Letitia looked back. She heard the sounds of someone being strangled. She saw that Stefan had a string, like a shoestring, and it was wrapped around Angel's neck.
She knew what he was capable of. However, she, in her wildest imagination, never thought that he could do something so violent. She was still very afraid of Stefan from their past history of domestic violence. But now, with this shocking turn of events, she was immobilized emotionally.
After that, she didn't hear any more sounds from Angel.
With the job done, Stefan opens the van's side door and drags Angel's lifeless body onto the gravel. He hops back inside and demands that Letitia drive to her place to grab some cleaning supplies.
After the two of them were involved in this heinous murder, they tried to bleach the vehicle, the CSI effect.
There was blood everywhere, so they had to get it clean. They had to, at some point, give it back to Alyssa, and they needed to get rid of the evidence.
Letitia was disconnected from what reality was. She was not Letitia. It was just like she was his puppet. Anything that he said she would do.
Satisfied they've covered their tracks, the pair returns to the initial crime scene to retrieve Angel's vehicle. Stefan tells Letitia to get rid of the stolen SUV while he returns the minivan to his ex. Letitia parks the SUV 3 doors down from her cousin's house and strolls home, hoping to avoid any more trouble.
When she walked into the house, she had some kind of white t-shirt. It was torn across the collar, and they had like spots of blood on it. I said, what happened to you? She said, I got pushed out of a van And Stefan pulled me back in. And I said, girl, you need to clean yourself up.
Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Alyssa has just finished her night shift. When she arrives home after getting a ride from a coworker, she finds Stefan waiting in the driveway, along with her mangled van.
When she saw the condition of the minivan, she confronted Stefan about the piece of the fender that was hanging out underneath it. He really didn't have an excuse. He was defensive. He fought back. He argued with her, and he walked away down the street. And that was the end of it.
But when she looks in the vehicle herself, she gets the shock of her life.
She was upset and certainly was horrified by some of the things that had gone on in that minivan.
I don't understand how someone I thought was so in love with my cousin was such a devil.
During their most desperate times, Stefan would stop at nothing to find ways to pay for his and Letitia's drug addictions.
When she would be at work and there would be men there that wanted to, pay for sex with her, he would tell Letitia to go ahead, and they basically set this guy up to be robbed.
As Letitia Santos hides out at her cousin's place following an unspeakable murder, her boyfriend, Stefan Davis, returns his ex-girlfriend's van, dented and dinged. While Stefan hoofs it home in a huff, Alyssa decides to peek inside the van's rear compartment, and she's blown away by what's left behind.
She found that it had blood inside of it, and there were pieces of rug that were still in the van when she let Stefan use it that were no longer there. So she certainly suspected that something violent happened in that van, that somebody tried to cover up.
Without thinking twice, Alyssa notifies police, who immediately give her vehicle a once-over. Meanwhile, detectives ask her for some additional information on the van's driver.
So Alyssa decided that she was going to tell the police who was actually using her minivan that evening.
Hoping for an explanation about the blood, detectives quickly uncover a list of Stefan's possible addresses, as well as his known acquaintances, including Letitia. But before detectives get a chance to track either of them down, a call comes in that blows the doors off their investigation.
Around 4:30 a.m., the police responded to the call that there's something on the highway.
The two officers who were dispatched to the scene discovered Angel's body on Interstate 90 in Cleveland.
She was beaten badly. She had abrasions, road rash. She had strangulation marks. Police knew that this was a homicide.
When I heard about it, it really shocked me. I was immediately looking at the both of them. I just had a feeling that they had something to do with that.
As detectives scour the scene to find some kind of connection, Stefan is holed up at his mother's house on the far side of town, while Letitia's still laying low at her cousin's.
The next morning, I tried to get her to tell me something, but she just wouldn't tell me anything.
Nothing happened last night. I told you already.
So I kept telling her over and over, well, you just need to tell me something, because something happened with you all the way you looked last night. I ain't never seen you like that before. And she's like, don't worry about it.
Following her half-hearted explanation, Letitia disappears and heads over to a friend's house. But she has some explaining to do when another call comes in to dispatchers 3 days after Angel's murder.
Police got a call that Angel's vehicle had been found, and when they went to the area, they noticed that the vehicle had been damaged.
Given that the SUV is found on Charter Avenue, just a few doors down from the home where Letitia's staying, police are certain there's a connection.
All of a sudden, all these cops pulled up in my yard, and they showed me this picture of Stefan. And they said, do you know this guy? And I said, oh, I know him. That's Stefan.
When's the last time you saw the show?
Investigators say they want to speak with the couple regarding a possible murder. So Cedric tells police everything he knows about his housemate's main man and where to find him. However, he's not sure where Letitia is. Just then, Cedric overhears the news that Stefan has just been nabbed at his mama's house.
I heard the radio say, we got him. We got him. I was shocked. Like, oh my God, this can't be real.
The next day, Cedric gets a call from his house guest.
Letitia called me and asked me to cover for her. Wanted me to say I was just drinking with her Sunday all night. And I told her I'm not covering for nothing, no one ever, because there's some serious business here.
Cedric immediately notifies police regarding his conversation with Letitia. However, he has no idea where she was calling from. So they immediately issue a warrant for her arrest. And 9 days later, Letitia turns herself into the local PD.
It wasn't real to find out that it's my cousin that committed this crime, this murder. It was devastating. It tore me apart.
With both suspects finally in custody, police interview them separately. First up is Stefan, who continues his smooth-talking ways.
His statement was that he had nothing to do with it, and neither did Letitia.
Neither did Letitia.
But when detectives sit down with Letitia and present her with the evidence, she doesn't think twice about flipping on her man.
It was all his idea. It's Stefan. He's the one that did it.
She certainly was pointing the finger at Stefan Davis as the person who committed this murder.
She was a classic victim of domestic violence, and this was her opportunity to come clean and to finally be free of Stefan, because deep down inside, she knew that they were a deadly combination, and he was a person who was extremely dangerous.
Just to know that she has to deal with this in her life as well, it hurts. It hurts, and I just wish things were different.
Letitia exchanges her testimony for a lighter sentence. She pleads guilty to voluntary manslaughter, aggravated robbery, and abuse of a corpse, and is given 10 years in jail. When Stefan hears that his girl gave him up, he pleads guilty to aggravated murder and aggravated robbery. Stefan manages to avoid the death penalty and is sentenced to 40 years behind bars. From her cell, Letitia frequently reaches out to friends and family, hoping they'll one day be able to forgive her for her heinous actions.
She told me she regrets being with him, that he was her worst nightmare.
Letitia has to deal with the consequences from her decisions. She participated in a very brutal crime, and it doesn't matter if she wouldn't have done this if she had never had met Stefan. We all have choices in life, and Letitia made the wrong choice that night.
Because of her choice to be with this man, it cost Letitia her life, a relationship with her children. It cost her a future because she decided to be with this monster. It cost her everything.
In sunny Sacramento, Alexis Granger's future is as bright as the California sky.
She was that daughter that any mother would love to have.
Until passion lands her in the Bible Belt, on a fast track to sin.
Alexis basically told her, you're gonna sleep with this man and you're gonna collect money for us.
She was so blind with love for him that she just was going to stand by him no matter what happened.
And later in Savannah, Desiree Blanchard struggles to find her place in the world until true love sweeps her off her feet.
It seemed like Desiree was trying to fill that particular void.
But when a handsome stranger steals her heart, she'll realize that the price of devotion can only be paid with hard time.
They held them at gunpoint and began demanding things like money, guns.
He brought Desiree along because she was willing to do it. She wasn't going to tell him no.
Intelligent and fun-loving Alexis Granger grows up in California's capital city of Sacramento.
Alexis was a good student. She was an attractive young woman, and she has a beautiful smile.
She had ambition, and it looked like she was on her way to success.
After graduating high school, the high-achieving honor student enrolls in a nearby university.
She was a great student in high school, and she carried that on into college.
For college freshmen, that first year in college can be a roller coaster ride. For one, they have to balance their studies along with having an active and sort of safe social life. But at the same time, they have to be able to achieve in both areas. For Alexis, it seemed that she was able to do those things.
Until one evening when Alexis notices a handsome stranger.
She was in love at first sight.
He's the guy you want to be with. He lives on a fast edge and life's exciting. I've got to think some of that may have appealed to a 19-year-old in college who may have come from a place where she was constantly the good girl, abiding by the rules, doing what she was supposed to do.
Something about him, that charisma, attracted her to him. She fell for him pretty hard.
The model student works to juggle her studies and her older, more experienced beau.
When we're looking at those college years, it's really difficult to be able to go out on dates and have the money you need to woo the girls. And in this case, with Alexis, it was different.
Her grades started to fail. She wasn't really focused on school like she had been before she met Dwayne.
Making good grades, being active at school, listening to mom, and then boom, all of a sudden, here's this guy who's mysterious and he's bad and he likes me and it's exciting, and she just fell down that rabbit hole.
Just a few months later, Alexis makes the surprising decision to leave college.
This was a child that was on the right path. Her future was so bright.
Young people, because of their inexperience and their immaturity, quite often mistake infatuation for love. Truth be told, that infatuation is more of an emotional and chemical addiction, and if it's not reined in properly, it can cause trouble.
But as the couple's relationship grows, Dwayne's business dealings come into question.
Hey, it's nothing. Don't worry about it, babe.
Well, Alexis wasn't an idiot. Something in the milk ain't clean. And so she asked him.
That's when Dwayne drops a bombshell about additional ladies in his life, revealing his unconventional source of income.
Dwayne tells Alexis that these women were his prostitutes. They were performing sexual acts with clients and giving him the money.
I would think that she was probably a little uncomfortable in the beginning because you don't want too many hens in the hen house.
After a few months of happily dating, Dwayne asks his girl to join his business.
Dwayne told Alexis that she was gonna be his main girl, not one of the hoes or one of his employees that he had.
If you've ever met a man who just has that something, that, what is it, je ne sais quoi, to draw you in, you know it's wrong, but he convinces you to just try it.
The former co-ed beauty weighs her options.
Alexis is already dependent on him. He pays for everything. He feeds her. He has a place for her to stay.
A lot of that is about the psychology, brainwashing them to make them feel special, to make them feel like they are the one.
She's now kind of on her own, and the only person in her corner, in her mind, was Dwayne.
Although Alexis has misgivings, she doesn't want to say no to her love.
He wanted her to know that she would be taken care of. She basically became a manager.
So she makes the decision to give him everything she's got.
And so to have someone like Alexis that looks clean-cut by your side, it gave Dwayne kind of an edge, I think, and made him see different opportunities, I guess, that maybe he didn't have before, because this is a different type of girl that he was used to working with.
It's really hard to imagine how a young woman who has everything going for herself would sell her soul in that way, would expose herself to danger. And I believe a lot of that is being brainwashed by the pimp.
She soon learns that Dwayne manages his online red light district by recruiting clientele through posts on various sites. As Alexis works hard to acclimate to the life, Dwayne makes good on his promise to make her his main girl.
A lot of times the pimp will have a girl handle money and can be his recruiter. She can go out and convince other girls why this is a good thing. She's held out as an example of how successful this is. It's okay.
She had the gift of gab, and she could essentially seal the deal for Dwayne.
When it comes to pimping and prostitution, it really is a numbers game. And so when we're looking at more sex workers, we're looking at mo money, mo money, mo money. which means that you really need a talented recruiter to go out and pull these potential victims.
The entrepreneurs waste no time entering social media sites, targeting vulnerable young women hard up for attention or money. Once they find a mark, they send her a message about an exciting job opportunity.
Dwayne and Alexis had been online trolling, looking for more girls, and they came across Morgan's page.
On a December afternoon, 19-year-old Morgan Taft gets into a heated argument with her mother and turns to social media for emotional support.
Dad says she want to make some money. She doesn't like the idea of what the ad is, but ends up calling the phone number anyway.
On the other end of the phone is none other than Dwayne Love.
Morgan actually still got on the phone with him and started talking to him. And he's a smooth talker, so she was sad and she was looking for someone to listen. And Dwayne just popped in at the right time.
Yeah, I'm an adult and she won't let me do anything that I want. I could really use some cigarettes right now.
Sensing she needs a little urging, Dwayne has just the girl with the brains and the beauty to close the deal with the troubled teen.
Dwayne sent Alexis to Morgan with a pack of cigarettes, and that's how their relationship started.
Former California co-ed Alexis Granger is in love with her pimp and will do anything to keep her position as main girl, even if it means recruiting other girls into the life.
Alexis was very friendly. She was fun and bubbly. She was pretty. She was like the popular girl in school. So he definitely had a winner with her when it comes to talking to young girls and kind of recruiting them and getting them on their team.
It may be really hard to imagine how a young woman would engage in sex on the streets for money. I think a lot of that has to do with the trust that she may have for other female sex workers, perhaps trying to sell them a bill of goods as to how lavish and how interesting and exciting and lucrative that life could really be.
So when 19-year-old Morgan Taft is looking for a shoulder to cry on over social media, Alexis is there.
Morgan was about the same age as Alexis. So having someone that is the same age as you, that can empathize or sympathize with your situation, that's what sort of sealed the deal on their friendship.
So these two girls, they're having a good time and they're both enjoying each other's company. But the day kind of takes a turn when Alexis ends up in a motel parking lot and said to Morgan, it's time to make some money.
Why don't you go in there and get us a hotel room?
Once they are checked in, Morgan's new best friend explains that she'll be a working girl.
Alexis is the example of why this is okay. Here's this nice girl who is with Dwayne too, and she's my friend, and now I have this new group of friends, and life's fun.
You know, you make a little money, you dress up in probably clothes that you typically don't wear, you meet other girls.
After a quick romp in the hay, all she'll need to do is give them the money she earns.
She becomes a prostitute.
They would buy her clothes, they would buy her food, they would give her a cell phone, they would make sure that she was taken care of and give her a place to stay.
That night, after a quick onboarding process, Morgan services her first client. But after a couple of days, the troubled teen begins feeling homesick.
She wanted out, and she told Alexis that she didn't want to do it anymore.
I think it was a reality check. I think this all became real to her.
The betrayal is too much for Dwayne.
It's just like a breakup. It's just like she told him, I don't want to see you anymore. And he didn't respond well to that.
Alexis, get this hoe out of here.
The ever-obedient Alexis drives Morgan to a nearby restaurant and tells her to get out of the car.
So she ends up getting thrown out like the trash.
To avoid unwanted attention, Dwayne, Alexis, and another working girl, Lauren Renfield, head south, setting up shop in various cities along the way.
I think if they stayed in a location too long, there are certain red flags that someone would begin to notice.
The girls knew that they were continuing their operation somewhere else, but I don't think that they knew exactly where they were going.
With each new location, Alexis gets more and more caught up in Dwayne's web.
She loves Dwayne. Now this is her life, and something changes in her brain and her psyche and who she is to say, this is what I'm gonna do because that's what it's gonna take to be with him.
You have to understand the psychology as to why a young woman would stay in the sex trade. They're isolated from their family, they're isolated from friends, they're constantly on the move, and therefore they come to see the pimp and the other girls who are part of that house as being their only family, and so that becomes their anchor.
Weeks go by, and the group hangs their shingle in Fresno, approximately 170 miles south. Suddenly, Alexis gets an unexpected call.
Morgan was emotional. She'd had more arguments with her mother, and the one person that she knew would listen was Alexis.
Remember, she just came from a situation that she was unhappy with, and she did want to go back. Not, I don't believe, because she wanted to turn tricks, but I think she wanted that family or that new friendship.
For Morgan to actually pick up the telephone and call Alexis, the young woman who she turned out on the streets with no money and with no hope, it really tells us that Morgan was in deep, deep trouble and she was desperate.
Dwayne told Alexis to purchase a bus ticket for Morgan to Fresno. Morgan was emotional. She wanted to get back into the fold with Dwayne and Alexis.
The sex ring quickly becomes a party of four when they stop to pick up troubled teen Morgan for the second time. What she doesn't know is that they're about to relocate to the Bible Belt, and that's when everything goes south.
Alexis gets her in a car and starts driving before it's too late to give her any options. And they drive.
I have this picture in my mind, this man in a car with these young women. He was the dominant personality there. He was the caretaker. He took care of everyone. He provided for everyone. So I think they thought their safety was in his hands. And I believe that they believed that he would protect them, at least from outside problems.
After 3 days of traveling and living out of their rental car, the crew stops in Texas.
And they ended up in Killeen, where there was a large military base.
Killeen is probably, in my experience, your typical military town. You've got your nightlife, your strip clubs, lots of bars, and grills are also very popular here.
They find a hotel and set up shop.
Morgan put the room in her name. She paid for it with the money that Dwayne gave her.
He had a good plan. He got the motel room in one of the girls' names, so it wasn't him. And I think he set it up to where Alexis, being the manager, she was the present one. He was sort of the invisible one. So if it all went down, you know, someone would take the fall, but it would not be him.
Now it's time for the ladies to get to work.
One of the first things that they did when they got into the hotel room, they kind of got glammed up, if you will. They put on sexy lingerie, fixed their hair and their makeup.
They prepare to put themselves out on social media because they're not operating as prostitutes that are going to go out and walk the street to find clients. They're going to put out phone numbers and wait for calls.
These phones load up in minutes. All right, I want you.
Once that social media presence is created, they then sit and wait for someone to show, and that does happen.
Many guys who are out here buying sex from women, I think, are very naive and in denial that these young women that they're engaging in sex with are underage. Some of them are drug addicted, but many of them are doing this against their own free will.
Various men come in and out of the singular hotel room to engage in sex acts with the women.
While one of the girls would be with a client, the other two girls would stay in the bathroom while the sex act took place.
Dwayne would sit outside to keep watch when these clients would come in.
There are a couple of reasons that pimps will keep their workers in a very small, confined space. For one, this pimp is trying to give them some sense of safety. The other part of that is psychological. Keeping them all in a small space, the pimp has them under his thumb, in many ways corralling them, keeping them in his stable.
After 3 days of this routine, Morgan decides she wants out. again.
She's a long way from home. She knows it. She is not excited about what they're doing. She says, I'm doing this and I'm not even getting any money. I'm basically just a hostage.
She says nothing to Dwayne, Alexis, or her colleague Lauren about her regrets. Instead, she does some creative thinking, hoping to return home to California.
She's been well ingrained from these folks that the police aren't her friends. The police are going to put her in jail. Folks like Dwayne and Alexis, and they take advantage of that with these girls like Morgan.
And time is running out.
Dwayne and Alexis were talking about making another move, talking about leaving Killeen and heading to the New Orleans area. And Morgan overheard this, and she absolutely did not want to go.
Morgan suspects her hosts won't be as magnanimous about her change of heart this time around. She needs to make a move before it's too late.
I'm sure her heart was racing. I'm sure that she thought that this was a life or death situation.
And later, in Savannah, Georgia, Desiree Blanchard follows her heart with reckless abandon, leading her to embark upon a wild night of vice with her man.
Her relationship with Kayvon aided in her choice to be involved in the home invasion.
She knows right from wrong. She knows this is not right.
Taking too long, man.
In Killeen, Texas, charismatic pimp Dwayne Love and his attractive madam, Alexis Granger, are continuing to peddle flesh. But their recent charge, Morgan Taft, is having second thoughts. Again.
Look, for pimps, this is serious business. So they may let them go one time if it's not costing them money. But if they're making money off these young women, and if these women try to get out, then they face mortal danger.
This had to be extremely scary for her.
Morgan seizes her opportunity.
Could I run to the vending machine real quick?
She got a hold of a phone and contacted her mother and let her mom know that she was in trouble and having sex for money.
I know that I'm in some place I think called Killeen, Texas, and I'm at some hotel.
This conversation happens pretty quickly because then she has to go back in.
Moments later, Killeen police receive a call from Morgan's mother in California, reporting that her daughter is being held against her will and that there's a gold car involved.
We have a stretch of motels that are in a certain area of town that are known for this type of behavior. As our vice officers then get out and go start looking for gold car at one of the motels. And sure enough, find a gold four-door sedan with California plates, go to the front desk, and lo and behold, Morgan's registered.
Alexis and Dwayne are stunned. None of the girls are scheduled for a date at this time.
And they say, can we look around the room? And Morgan says, you sure can, it's my room. And then we find the cell phones, condoms, sex toys, lingerie, all of the type of tools of that criminal organization are all right there in the room.
Police question the girls individually, but Alexis and Dwayne remain loyal to each other.
Alexis and Dwayne both exercised their Fifth Amendment rights not to incriminate themselves and not to say anything, and that's what they did.
All except the girl who called her mom for help are taken into custody on various charges, including aggravated promotion of prostitution. 19-year-old Morgan Taft is taken to a shelter while her worried parents make arrangements to bring her back home. With the evidence stacked against them, both Dwayne Love and Alexis Granger decide to make a deal. At trial, Dwayne is found guilty of abetting interstate prostitution and is sentenced to 30 months in federal prison and 5 years probation. Alexis pleads guilty to the same and is sentenced to 1 year behind bars and 5 years probation. Dwayne's hold over Alexis created a speed bump on her path toward a bright future.
She became a convicted felon for the rest of her life, and that's never going to go away, no matter how she changes her life, what she matures into, or where she is today. She's always going to have to tell people she's convicted of a felony.
I think he made her believe that he would be her protector, he would be there for her, and I think she was just lost in a world that was Dwayne.
How could such a beautiful, smart young woman with such potential fall so far into the sex trade? I think in many ways it speaks to the power that that pimp has, being able to bend someone to his will, getting her to do the things that are unthinkable, selling her body on the streets.
Alexis Granger had a bright future ahead of her until she became chattel for love. And when Desiree Blanchard chooses her heart over her conscience, it will cost several Savannahans more than a pretty penny. Originally from Oklahoma City, carefree Desiree is thrust into military life when her single mother marries an Air Force man, landing her at Hunter Air Force Base in Georgia.
So after Oklahoma, family went to El Paso, Texas. And next thing you know, you get uprooted. So she got uprooted from El Paso, Texas to Savannah, Georgia.
Hopping around from city to city, state to state, you don't get a chance to make a lot of friends, and when you do, by the time you make those friends, you're on to the next spot. So it's very difficult growing up as a military child.
When we're looking at the teen years, this is a time where a young person needs that emotional support. And so when there are a lot of emotional and physical changes going on at the same time, it puts them at risk for acting out.
And soon the darling daughter, Desiree, begins to behave badly.
She started mixing up with the wrong crowd, and then she got caught shoplifting.
One can only imagine with loving parents what was going on with Desiree was completely unacceptable to them, completely against the way that they raised her.
However, any attempts they may have made to curb their daughter's behavior are to no avail. The feisty teen continues to have run-ins with the law for engaging in fights with her peers.
With teenagers, they don't have the emotional skills. That immaturity keeps them from being able to say, hey, I'm really hurting right now. So instead, they convey that to adults and to others by acting out. And so that's why we have what's called the teen rebellion phase.
Desiree only continues to buck when she meets local troublemaker, Kayvon Mitchell.
He had street cred for being this guy you really didn't want to mess with.
He's not quite the type you bring home to family, but the rebellious teen brings her new beau on base anyway.
On the military base, there's strict guidelines, strict rules that not only does the service member have to abide by, but their dependents, meaning the wife, the children. So you have that going for you, and then the outside world where basically there are no rules.
Caught in a downward spiral of bad decision-making, the pace of Desiree's descent only quickens.
They set out to rob someone. They didn't care who it was as long as it was an easy target.
She could have left. She had an opportunity to speak with the police. I did feel like Desiree was protecting Kayvon.
When Desiree Blanchard's family moves to Savannah, the pretty teen begins to rebel. Multiple run-ins with the law and a burgeoning romance with a local juvenile delinquent only take the rebellious teenager further off track.
Kayvon's behaviors, actions on the base were clearly a sign of disrespect to Desiree and her family. So it really does make sense that they were very concerned for her.
But when the disobedient daughter finishes high school, she asserts her independence, spending less time on base and more time acquainting herself with the real world.
She got a job at a local restaurant in Savannah.
With Desiree, her personality and her good looks was getting her a lot of attention at her job. She was getting tips left and right. It seemed like every man wanted to deal and talk to Desiree. However, she just had her eyes on one person.
The popular waitress sees her handsome boyfriend almost every night after finishing her shift.
I'll be done in like 5 minutes. For sure. Yes, there's like 5 minutes.
Yet outside of work, the 19-year-old develops an appetite for drugs.
Desiree began drinking and then using marijuana.
In today's society, that's not considered to be very dangerous. So I think it's easy for someone to look at that and say, hey, I can unwind that same way too.
Life seems to have a sweet flow for the former wild child. Until one clear and warm April evening, when Desiree finishes her shift as usual.
She goes to hang out with Kayvon, assumingly to spend the evening with him.
But any plans the pretty waitress may have had for a romantic evening are disrupted.
When she gets to his residence, there's another young man there, but they had other plans than spending a quiet evening at home.
Kayvon had some friends who were involved in a lot of burglaries and thefts, so they were very well known to the police department.
Maxwell Chambers is a close friend of Kayvon's and part of the package when it comes to Desiree's man.
She doesn't mind Kayvon's friends, however, she knows he is nothing but trouble.
After an hour of socializing, the threesome decides to go out for a ride around town.
And at that moment, it seemed as if he had some kind of plans for that particular evening involved more than just hanging out.
I'm not sure that she knew what was gonna happen, but she had said to us that the boys are always getting her into something.
When it comes to love, many times people don't listen to their own intuition. In this case, it seems that Desiree perhaps because of the intense love that she had for her boyfriend, did things that she knew on some level was wrong, but it was by any means necessary that she was gonna keep that boyfriend.
The devoted Desiree agrees to chauffeur the boys around town while Kayvon keeps an eye out for an easy target to rob.
They're driving around the streets of Savannah, and they end up in the more affluent area.
They see a house with the garage door open. Pretty easy victim.
Both men jump out of the car while Desiree follows cautiously behind. Inside the house, it's just a typical Wednesday night for Chester Barris and his bride, Susan, until around midnight, when Kayvon decides to make his move.
The Barrises were more of an elderly couple, and they would sit in what they called their sunroom and enjoy a drink and watch some television together.
It went from a nice, relaxing evening to a horror story. Kayvon comes in with guns ablazing, asking them where are their belongings.
The necklace, everything. That's right. Hurry up now.
Kayvon went through all of their personal belongings. Their drawers, their kitchen, their office, all these places that you think are just your home and your personal space.
You think this a game? You think I'm playing?
The startled seniors move as quickly as they can.
Take it off!
And Mr. Barris, he's trying to comply. He says, okay, here you go. In Kayvon's mind, he interpreted it as disrespect, like he was trying to play with him. So he raises his hand and slapped Mr. Barris, slaps his glasses off his face.
Robbery cases in general can go from a simple, give me your phone, to a murder in milliseconds. It just takes one unfortunate press of a trigger.
You think I'm playing? I'm not joking.
In Savannah, Georgia, pretty waitress Desiree Blanchard is smitten with handsome hood Kayvon Mitchell. She's willing to do whatever it takes to make him happy, even if it means breaking the law.
The scene was chaotic. They got away with money, jewelry, and they also took the Jeep that was inside the garage.
Desiree and pal Maxwell Chambers hop into her Impala, while Kayvon makes off with the Jeep. When the elderly couple is certain that the thieves are gone, they call for help.
They were very startled. Mr. Barris was very angry, understandably so. With everything that happened, Mrs. Barris was very shaken.
The frazzled victims fight through their emotions to provide a description of their attackers.
Okay, do you have any description of these people? Got any tattoos?
I didn't see any tattoos. I mean, I think they were like between three of them. The guy that was kind of leading them had a red hat on with that marijuana thing on it.
About an hour later, while the police continue their investigation, the merry band of thieves are long gone.
They can't keep the Jeep. They have to ditch it somewhere, because if they keep it, they can get tied to the home invasion.
The Jeep was dropped off on the east side of Savannah, and we had a witness who said that the person that got out of the Cherokee got into a small red and color vehicle.
For the next 2 hours, the troublemaking teens continue their drive around town in Desiree's whip.
Desiree came from a very strong military family and therefore was really taught right from wrong. So for her to engage in this robbery, it's my opinion that this brought up a lot of mixed feelings in her mind.
Suddenly, ringleader Kayvon spots another opportunity.
Desiree slows down. She does what Kayvon says. However, she didn't realize the evening just began.
College kids.
College kids, Anthony, Joshua, and Peter were sitting in Anthony's car, waiting for their friend Clifton to come out of the house with some gas money.
Desiree and Maxwell remain in the car, waiting for Kayvon's return. The robber is quick to draw out his weapon.
You want all the money, the wallets, everything.
He started demanding wallets, money, things like that. And then Peter made a comment to the suspect.
You want my chips too?
And so the suspect pistol whipped Peter in the head. And then all of the boys, Anthony, Peter, and Joshua, were removed out of the vehicle and moved over to an area where they were forced to lay on the ground and put in the codes to their phones.
College students, they're frightened.
One wrong move, and all 5 boys' lives could forever change. On a clear April night, Desiree Blanchard, her boyfriend, Kayvon Mitchell, and a friend, Maxwell Chambers, are cruising through East Savannah when Kayvon spots another opportunity to make some easy money, and he's not afraid to use force.
He wanted to clean these college students dry. He took their belt, their wallets, their cell phones, and took their car.
His pockets heavy from the successful haul, the thief speeds off into the night.
The college kids called the police. They gave a description of their attacker.
Across town, police investigating the home invasion at the Barris residence overhear the carjacking and robbery call come in. They hone in on a distinct similarity in the 2 cases.
Yes, red hat with the marijuana leaf.
Yeah, let's head over.
That red and black hat with the marijuana leaf, same as that description. So they knew something was going on by the same people.
You had 2 cases where someone had been assaulted. You had reports of handguns, so you knew the individuals were armed and considered dangerous. So from a police standpoint, they knew they had to catch these individuals rather quickly.
Let's see if we can ping one of their stolen cell phones.
All of the individuals had their iPhones stolen. So I asked each of them separately to put in their information, which would allow us to track their iPhone.
Here we go, we got it. We got one.
Great, let's see where it takes us.
The GPS did locate in an apartment complex.
Desiree and Kayvon enjoy the cool night air outside his mom's place when a squad car pulls up.
Officer Reno saw 2 individuals who he later identified as Kayvon Mitchell and Desiree Blanchard in the parking lot. I was able to make Anthony's phone play the lost phone sound. When this occurred, Kayvon and Desiree ran into the apartment, and then the phone was turned off.
Investigators quickly swarm the abandoned car.
Outside the red Impala, they found one student's driver's license and a black cell phone case.
A quick glance of the interior shows even more.
In plain view was a license that belonged to Desiree and a wallet that matched the description provided by Peter of his stolen wallet was sitting on the center console inside of the car.
And that's not all the investigators find.
Officer Reno found a black and color Honda Accord adjacent to the apartment buildings, and when he ran the tag, it came back to Anthony.
With all of this evidence, Savannah detectives know the student's phone has led them to their suspects. Police make their way to the apartment to which officers saw them flee, but neither of the 2 teenagers answer the door.
We came into contact with Kayvon's mom and spoke with her a little bit and advised her of what was going on, that we were investigating a case. 2 people ran into her apartment at that time, and we asked who was staying there.
I just got up.
Did you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear it?
No. Is it okay if we look around?
Kayvon doesn't live at his mom's house, which means that he has no expectation of privacy there. So we're allowed to get voluntary verbal consent from his mom to search the home, which she did give us. So we searched her home, and in the room that he was sleeping with Desiree, we found a black and red hat with a marijuana leaf on it, which matched the description provided by the Barrises. and a pair of jeans that had a pocket full of rings in it.
The watches and rings found matched the descriptions of the jewelry taken from not only the Barris couple, but the 3 college boys. Kayvon Mitchell and Maxwell Chambers are taken to police headquarters to be interviewed. Kayvon Mitchell is arrested that night and charged with 5 counts of armed robbery, 6 counts of aggravated assault, burglary in the first degree, theft by taking, 2 counts of elder abuse, and hijacking a motor vehicle. Without enough evidence to charge Maxwell Chambers, he is released after questioning. He's not charged with any crimes. Loyal girlfriend Desiree Blanchard claims to know nothing about where the stolen property came from. She is able to fly under the radar and return to her parents' home on Hunter Air Force Base.
At that point, we didn't know if she had any specific involvement. Most of everything that was being told to us involved Kayvon, and at that point, we had not gone into a very or overly in-depth interview with the Barrises, so we weren't aware that there was a female involved in the home invasion at that point.
My opinion is that Desiree was using the defense mechanism of denial in order to be able to continually engage in these dangerous behaviors. She knew in her heart that trouble would eventually come out of the consequences of her behavior.
After detectives spend the next 7 days reviewing evidence and interviewing the victims and witnesses, they are able to put Desiree in both crime scenes as an active participant and make the arrest. She is charged with the same crimes as Kayvon, plus an additional charge of possession of narcotics.
When we spoke with her, when we did end up arresting her on warrants, it didn't seem like it was that big of a deal to her that she had accepted what had happened.
The couple is tried together, and while Desiree maintains her innocence, both are convicted of all crimes against both the Barris couple and the college students. The jury finds them guilty of armed robbery, carjacking, and assault and intimidation of an elderly person. Because of the prescription pills found in her car, Desiree is also convicted for possession of a controlled substance. Kayvon Mitchell receives 30 years in prison without parole, while Desiree is sentenced to 17 years. The couple is separated from each other and their families to serve their penance behind bars.
There was a lot of decisions that they made. The decisions pile up for them and got them to where they are now. It's really hard to believe that young kids can do all these horrible things and not think twice about it, but unfortunately it happens and it's common. Now they get to live with those decisions that they make.
Young love can be beautiful, but young love can also be tragic. And in Desiree's case, that love, that addiction that she had to this man caused her, in many ways, to try to protect him.
Desiree stood by Kayvon to the very end.
Romance. It can be a whirlwind. You find someone who gets you, who you can see a future with. But what if it's all a lie? What if your prince is really a master of deception? One who uses you, abuses you, and takes everything you have. Can you pick yourself back up again? Or will you fall further into his trap? November 4th, 2013. It's a typical Monday morning in Bala Cynwyd, Pennsylvania.
Bala Cynwyd, it's actually just outside of the city of Philadelphia. That area is a little bit more upscale. It's an area that families feel safe.
It was no different over on the southwest side, in one of the suburb's busiest banks.
People were handling their banking, nothing dramatic, just regular deposits, withdrawals.
But just before lunch, a surprise visit turns a routine day into chaos.
All of a sudden, 2 men run in with ski masks on. They had a gun, they were armed.
One immediately locked the door of the bank. The other one jumped up on the top of the counter.
The man on the counter waves a pistol at the bank tellers and instructs them to open the drawers and get down.
They're telling everyone, don't look at them, lay down, be quiet. One man is grabbing as much money as he possibly can, as fast as he can.
The customers and tellers were obviously in shock, terror. It's your worst nightmare.
As police make their way to the scene, they'll try to ID the assailants. And soon, uncover a master of deception. And at the center, a young woman caught in a handsome stranger's trap.
She's terrified, wishing she probably hadn't done it, but it was far too late now. She was in way too deep.
Recent high school graduate Kalia Kane had the world at her feet.
Kalia is a very beautiful person without even trying.
She's radiant. People are drawn to her, and she's drawn to people.
There was no one Kalia was drawn to more than her young son. He was her pride and joy.
Everything she did was definitely for her son. He was her #1 priority. She would do anything for him.
The single mom was determined to give her child everything. And in the summer of 2013, she found a stable income.
She got a job at a bank right outside of Philadelphia. She was a bank teller.
She is able to take care of her son and give him the best life possible.
She had planned to go to college, and at that time, the bank had even had a program that would send her and pay for her schooling.
That fall, Kalia took a big step for her future and spent the day taking college placement exams for the upcoming semester.
She's determined. She's made up in her mind, I'm going to start working on some things, enroll myself in college.
That's when she met a man who would change her life forever. 22-year-old musician, Marquise Wilson.
Mike was on campus passing out his CDs.
He dressed nice, he spoke well, and he was attractive. He had a huge smile that was warm. It was welcoming.
They started talking and they just hit it off. He was a very smooth talker.
Kalia couldn't believe how taken she was with the handsome stranger. And when Marquise suggested they grab a bite to eat, she said yes. The two talked for hours.
He could carry on a conversation like a real conversation. He knew what was going on in the world around him.
He's got that smile, he's got that swagger, he's got the charm.
Kalia told Marquise about her young son.
He was very sweet. He was very open to her having a child as well. He was really just saying all of the right things.
It was just a moment where you felt as though this person gets me.
The two connected over their shared love of music.
Mark played her music that he had written, and Kalia knew from that moment that this was somebody special.
That night, Kalia and Marquise took their relationship to the next level.
He knew all the right things to say, and he sweeps her off her feet. Even though the time span was so short, Kalia ended up spending the night with Mark.
The chemistry was just unreal between the two of them. She had only ever been in one relationship, so this was something totally new.
She is on cloud 9. She's feeling like a princess. She's floating.
After that night, the two were inseparable. Marquise even became close with Kalia's son.
Marquise started taking her child to daycare in the morning. Because he had a car, he was able to do things for her that helped her out in life.
Marquise had also introduced Kalia to his brother and roommate, Malcolm.
They always came together. I don't think I ever saw Mark without Malcolm. I never saw Malcolm without Mark.
Malcolm took her in just the same as family, and he called her sis, and they did things together, and they spent time with her son.
Kalia believed Marquise could be the one. But soon, Kalia would find out some things in life are just too good to be true. November 4th, 2013. Lower Merion police are rushing to a local bank where a robbery is believed to be in progress.
One of the tellers was able to push the panic button before having to get down on the ground.
Authorities bust into the bank doors with guns drawn, but it seems they're too late.
The robbers knew exactly where to go. They were in and out in under 60 seconds. They leave out the back.
As police examine the crime scene, they'll soon learn that this was no ordinary robbery.
Police were suspicious that these robbers had some prior knowledge of that bank.
This possibly could have been an inside job.
Single mom Kalia Kane had a steady income and a bright future ahead of her.
She was taking placement exams. She also landed a job at a bank, and that was going to help actually pay for her tuition.
Kalia had also entered into a whirlwind romance with 22-year-old musician Marquise Wilson.
They'd had an instant connection that they not only liked each other, but they loved each other.
She was infatuated with him. She thought he was the one, and he was doing all of the right things to make it seem like he was.
The new couple had even gotten to know each other's families, and Kalia was planning her forever with Marquise.
He was good to her. He was good to her son. His brother, Malcolm, was always there too. They got close. In fact, they were family. He'd call her sis.
They felt like they had known each other more than just a few weeks. This was the family she was hoping would last forever.
But soon, Kalia would learn her new man wasn't who he seemed, and would push her into a dangerous life she never imagined. November 4th, 2013. Lower Merion police have just arrived at a Bala Cynwyd bank, where two masked men have committed armed robbery.
The robbers got in excess of $80,000.
People are scared, as you would be. People are crying. Everybody's confused.
As police question the witnesses, they all seem to relay similar stories and sentiment, that the assailants seemed to know exactly what they were doing.
Witnesses told police that these men were efficient. They were in and out in under 60 seconds.
They knew right where the drawer was with most of the money. They went to that particular teller.
The robbers went out the back door. And if you were doing just a random robbery, you wouldn't necessarily know that a bank has a back door, let alone where it is. So they had to have known something about the layout and operation of the bank.
It appeared that these robbers had some inside knowledge.
Detectives can't help but notice that one of the tellers, Kalia Kane, is keeping her distance.
She's now isolated herself from the rest of the questioning. Her behavior seemed very erratic.
When detectives try to speak with Kalia, she's too hysterical to give them a coherent statement.
She had a very vague description about what happened that day.
It just seemed so over the top. It was like she was trying to put on a show.
Of course, they're expecting some people to be upset, but when they key in on a person that's really, really acting strangely, then they have to decide, is this person really that scared, or are they hiding something?
Detectives decide to cut their losses with the frantic witness for now, but take note of her name and contact information.
Something about her just wasn't adding up for them. Her behavior was just weird.
That evening, the bank's surveillance video is plastered across all local news channels.
Even though the assailants were wearing masks, they'll put out the footage just to see if they can get a hit, if someone will recognize the people by their build, by their movement, gait, actions.
They even wore gloves. There was no DNA to be found. They had nothing that would give them one single clue as to who these two individuals were.
Luckily, the police department's efforts pay off. Just a couple days after the surveillance footage hits the airwaves, a young man named Corey Roberts comes forward with information about the robbery.
Corey says, I have information about this. And the reason why I have this information is because I was going to be part of it.
He revealed to the police that he was supposed to be third robber, and he pulled out. He thought it was too dangerous.
Corey says he decided to come forward and help police because he didn't want to risk being implicated himself.
He wanted to give up the robbers because he didn't want to be connected to the crime since he didn't actually go through with it.
He tells police that these bank robbers, they're two brothers, Marquise Mark Wilson and Malcolm Moore.
Corey also confirms detectives' hunch that the bank robbery was an inside job. He says Marquise's girlfriend is none other than bank teller Kalia Kane.
A light bulb goes off with the police because they say, oh, we remember her. This is the young woman. She was hysterical, frantic.
She had seemed suspicious while on the scene, but authorities didn't have anything concrete on her until now.
Soon, authorities will discover that the bank robbing threesome was just getting started.
She's blinded by love, and she's willing to risk everything for this man.
And later, detectives will uncover the couple's love story is nothing but a sham.
She gave up every bit of herself, but he did nothing but deceive her.
November 2013. Lower Merion detectives are investigating a local bank robbery where two masked men got away with over $80,000.
They released the surveillance videos to the public on news outlets.
Fortunately, detectives have just caught a lucky break.
Corey Roberts came forward, telling police that he knew everything.
He was supposed to be the third robber, and he pulled out.
Corey IDs the two masked men as Marquise Wilson and his brother Malcolm.
He says he hadn't known the brothers for too long, but from the beginning, they were trying to get him in on a robbery.
Corey says Marquise was a struggling musician and was having trouble making ends meet.
Mark pretty much had enough. He was at his wit's end, and he said, I need some money.
That's when Marquise turned to his girlfriend, Kalia.
Marquise comes up with this idea, hey, you work at a bank, maybe we'll rob this bank, the one that you work in.
According to Corey, Malcolm was all in. But Kalia was a different story.
She kind of like laughs about it, but eventually she finally realizes these guys are serious.
Corey says Kalia tried to offer up other solutions to Marquise's money woes, but Marquise was determined.
All these other options just fell on deaf ears. He pleads with her and says, this is the only way out. We just have to do it.
He said it was something that they could use to build their life together. It was something that would help her and her son, and they could build a family together.
Corey tells detectives that Kalia finally gave in.
She really loved him. She saw his situation and that he was down on his luck. And I think that her heart really hurt for him. So I think that she was just open to doing anything that she could to help.
With Kalia on board, Corey also decided to opt in. And the four of them began planning out the robbery.
Kalia told them that Monday mornings is the best time to do a bank robbery. You have the deposits from the weekend that haven't even been logged yet.
She also informed her boyfriend of the exits out of the bank. So they entered one door and used the back door of the bank to exit to hasten their escape.
On the morning of November 4th, the foursome parked outside of the bank before Kalia's shift.
She told them, wait to go into the bank. I'm going to send you a signal. And that signal was a blank text message. She didn't want to send any words or any text that the police could use and incriminate themselves. Kalia was smart.
The men waited outside for Kalia's signal. But it didn't take long before Marquise grew impatient.
He starts texting her in the bank. What's the holdup? And she's sending him text now. Wait, it's not time yet.
She was uneasy. The bank was busy, busier than she thought it would be.
She's in her head, probably having second thoughts about all of this. And probably it's sinking in at this point that, wow, are we really gonna do this?
Corey tells detectives that Marquise wasn't at all swayed by his girlfriend's apprehension. At that point, Marquise had decided that it was now or never.
Corey told police that it was at that moment that Mark and Malcolm got ready to go into the bank that he got cold feet. He actually pulled out at the last minute and ran in the opposite direction.
But the brothers weren't going to let Corey alter their plans.
Mark and Malcolm go through with the plan. They want this money.
A subpoena of the group's phone records corroborates Corey's claims.
I saw the text saying, is it time yet? No, wait, I'm coming in. So that was all verified now through the text messages.
Police put out an APB on Marquise Wilson, Malcolm Moore, and Kalia Kane. And when they look into Marquise and Malcolm's backgrounds, they discover something shocking.
Marquise and Malcolm aren't brothers.
They weren't even related.
The question is, why are the two men faking it? And did Kalia know the truth?
It was very strange that they would lie about something like this. I mean, what was their purpose?
Minutes later, detectives receive another surprising piece of information.
There's another bank robbery. Same MO. Gunman burst in, everyone on the ground.
They got away, this time with $70,000.
Detectives suspect the same trio from the first robbery had struck again. And when they head to the second bank to review the surveillance footage, their theory is confirmed.
There it is. There's Kalia casing out the bank just minutes before the robbery.
She's a woman in love. She wants to do everything he asked her to do, so she agrees to it again. When Marquise asks Kalia, can I rob your bank? Marquise and Kalia were still in that like lust stage that we think we're in love, but she's still so excited about him. It's a good time to ask such a favor if you're Marquise because she's vulnerable and she's going to say yes to practically anything. In that relationship with Marquise, he needed her. And so she goes along with the plan.
November 2013. Police are investigating two armed bank robberies that have taken place in the suburbs of Philadelphia. After speaking with a man named Corey Roberts, detectives believe the heists were committed by the same three people: Marquise Wilson, Kalia Kane, and Malcolm Moore.
Kalia was a teller at the first bank, and according to Corey, she gave the brothers tips to avoid getting caught.
When detectives review the surveillance footage from the second bank, their suspicions are confirmed. Kalia is caught on camera casing the building.
She would stand in line. She would eye the setup.
She takes notes on the position of the surveillance equipment and the number of tellers in the banks.
How high the counters were, where the cameras are, the best way in and out.
Just a few minutes later, the robbery occurred.
Again, very well planned, executed, took a matter of under a minute.
Detectives believe Kalia helped the men escape.
They believe she was the getaway driver.
Back at the station, detectives put their full efforts into locating the three suspects.
Police were scouring the area looking for them.
It appears that they turned off their phone and then got rid of them.
The three of them were clearly on the run at this point.
As the weeks pass, it seems the trio has vanished without a trace.
It worried me that I didn't know where she was. It was not in character for Kalia to pick up and leave. Not at all.
I know it had to have hurt her to be away so long from her son.
But in January 2014, police receive a phone call that will change the entire course of the investigation.
A woman named Jasmine Cole called and said that the trio had been living at her house and they had just moved out that day.
Jasmine had just discovered that they were wanted criminals when she saw them on the news. She couldn't believe it.
Detectives immediately head to Jasmine's home to speak with her.
She told them what kind of vehicle they had left in, and so the police put out a bulletin for that vehicle.
It was a different make and model from the car that was registered to Mark.
Jasmine tells detectives that the trio had moved in with her just a few weeks ago.
She had a room to rent. She allowed them to stay there.
Jasmine says her three new roommates seemed nice enough at first, but soon she saw a darker side of Marquise.
She told the police that Marquise became kind of dark, very controlling. Marquise Wilson probably was becoming very paranoid and wary of Kalia because he's on the run, he has her with him, and he's worried about whether or not she's going to go to the police.
He was a very abusive person, physically and emotionally, to this young girl. Beating her with a belt and locking her in the basement.
Marquise wasn't going to let her get away, and Kalia was terrified for her life because Marquise actually carried a gun around and he threatened to take her life away.
He's shown a completely different side to him. This kind, loving, smooth-talking man that she had fallen in love with is now a different person.
Jasmine says she wanted to help Kalia, but she became scared herself.
Mark was clearly not in a good headspace, and Jasmine was afraid that he was going to turn his rage against her next.
Jasmine tells detectives that before long, things got even more shocking.
He said she came home one day unexpected, and when she walked into the house, she heard some weird noises coming from one of the bedrooms. And as she walked past that bedroom and took a peek in,
that's when she saw it. It was Mark and Malcolm in bed together.
They're not brothers, they're lovers.
Police are stunned. They know Marquise and Malcolm aren't really brothers, but they now understand why the two men were putting on the act.
They only wanted people to think they were brothers so that they could carry on their affair in secret.
Jasmine tells detectives she doesn't think Kalia had any idea about Marquise's affair with Malcolm.
She didn't think Kalia would have known. Surely no woman would think that her man was in love with his quote-unquote brother.
Moments later, detectives get another promising phone call. The trio's car has been spotted nearby.
Detectives knew they had to work fast if they were going to catch these guys.
Police rush to the scene hoping they can finally catch their suspects. When they arrive, they're in luck. The vehicle is still there, and the threesome is inside.
They're surrounded now by police officers with drawn weapons, telling them to get out of the car and to put their hands up.
Police finally have their robbers cornered. But it's possible they won't go down without a fight.
That could all go south very fast.
This is a very dangerous situation.
January 27th, 2014. After 2 months on the run, police have located Philadelphia bank robbers Malcolm Moore, Marquise Wilson, and his girlfriend Kalia Kane.
They're surrounded now by police officers with drawn weapons.
Police instruct them to put their hands up slowly and get out of the vehicle.
In the chaos, Kalia and Marquise share a look.
In that moment, I imagine she is terrified. I'm imagining she's scared and thinking, this is it. You know, the law has finally caught up to us.
Kalia and Marquise open the car door and walk slowly back towards the officers. Thankfully, it seems all 3 suspects are willing to comply. Though the arrest goes down without incident, it's clear Kalia is filled with emotion.
Police hear Marquise telling Kalia that everything is going to be fine. He's trying to reassure her, and he's also telling her that he loves her.
He was her knight in shining armor at one point in time, turned abuser. So I'm sure she is filled with mixed emotions. She hoped that the old Marquise will reemerge somehow and that they would be this happy couple that they used to be.
Word of Kalia's arrest spreads quickly in the city.
That part was over. Finally, that part was over. Knew where she was. Finally knew where she was.
I was sad for her, but there was a little bit of relief.
Back at the station, detectives sit down with Marquise Wilson, the alleged mastermind of the 2 bank robberies.
Marquise, when he's interviewed by the police, is being coy, trying to find out what they know, playing that game.
Marquise is uncooperative. Police say, hey, look, we've got all this information. We have text messages that you sent between you and Kalia. We have you on surveillance footage. We know it's you.
The police tell them that, you know, we know everything about this operation. A friend of yours told us everything. And at that point, Marquise gets upset and shuts down the interview.
When investigators try speaking to Malcolm Moore, he's just as tight-lipped. But detectives think their luck will shift when they sit down with Kalia Kane.
They obviously know that she wasn't the motivating force behind these robberies, and so they think she would be the weakest link to begin to talk.
Detectives confront her with all the evidence they have against her. Corey's statement, the text messages between her and Marquise on the day of the first robbery, and video surveillance of her casing out the second bank. But to their surprise, Kalia isn't fazed.
Because of her love for Marquise, she just refused to be a part of what they were saying and refused to give any statement.
Her loyalty remained with him.
In that moment, investigators decide to try another tactic. They tell Kalia they know about the abuse she suffered at the hands of Marquise.
Police said they knew about everything, that they had spoken with her roommate. They knew about the abuse that Marquise inflicted. They knew that he would lock her into the basement for hours at a time. And still, Kalia wouldn't budge. She still wanted to protect Marquise with everything in her. She still wanted to protect her man.
Detectives attempt one last Hail Mary.
Police told Kalia that Marquise and Malcolm aren't brothers. Marquise and Malcolm were lovers.
You've just been manipulated by this man. He doesn't care about you at all. His lover is Malcolm, the person he's told you was his brother all this time.
When she found out that Malcolm and Mark were actually lovers, it was hurtful because the first thing probably going through her mind was he just using me to rob this bank because I worked at the bank? Did he ever actually love me?
Finally, Kalia begins to show some emotion.
People can't pretend to be somebody they're not for long. I don't believe that Mark ever thought about her as truly a girlfriend or someone he was gonna spend his life with and live happily ever after with.
Detectives feel confident Kalia is about to turn on Marquise. But instead, she lawyers up.
I don't know that it's sunk in all the way for her. I would imagine she was in a state of shock, and I would venture to say she was probably in denial about it as well.
In the following days, Kalia has a discussion with her attorney. Even after being confronted with Jasmine's statement, she can't believe Marquise and Malcolm weren't really brothers, but actually lovers all along.
After all of this abuse, after this revelation, she's still in love with Marquise. She cannot accept this. She cannot believe that she's been manipulated all this time, that he didn't love her at all.
Kalia's attorney presents her with the prosecution's offer. If she testifies against Marquise at trial, she could get a much lighter sentence.
The lawyer tells her that Marquise isn't worth spending her entire life in prison.
If she were to lose at trial, she would spend minimum 32 years in prison.
And our lawyer tells her, you gotta start thinking about your future. You're a young girl. You have this child to take care of. You have a family.
It's clear Kalia is torn. After the abuse, the deception, the lies, she still has feelings for him.
Kalia has a serious choice to make.
It's not uncommon, actually, for manipulative men to trick good girls, making them feel like they are the only person that exists on the planet Earth. And once these manipulative men, such as Marquise, has won a person over, then they really can basically get them to do anything they want. Because at this point, the person is completely reliant on them.
January 2014. Single mother Kalia Kane is in police custody after helping her boyfriend, Marquise Wilson, rob 2 banks. And she faces a possible life sentence for her role in the crimes.
She helped him steal over $150,000.
But now she's learned that Marquise had been lying all along, and that his so-called brother, Malcolm Moore, is actually his lover.
She really wanted somebody to care about her. And she thought Marquise was the person. But Marquise was nothing but an abuser and a manipulator.
Kalia's attorney pleads with her to take a deal and agree to testify against Marquise at trial.
She's now thinking about the fact that she risked her entire life. She risked the life of her family, her young son. Everything she had for herself is now destroyed.
To everyone's relief, Kalia ultimately takes the deal.
At the end of the day, she had finally gotten over that, oh, I'm so in love thing, and realized he probably never cared about me the way that I cared about him. There was no point in being loyal to them anymore.
In September of 2016, Marquise Wilson's trial begins inside a federal courtroom. On the stand, Kalia explains that during the first robbery, she thought she was helping out her man who had fallen on hard times.
It was Kalia's version of love. Kalia did not do this for the money. Kalia did not benefit in any way from this. It was going to help him out of the situation he was in.
Kalia testifies that after the first robbery, Marquise told her he needed her help again.
Mark tells Kalia if they rob one more bank, they can really start their future. They can get a house together. They'll have a family. Kalia loved him. He knew that Kalia would be willing to do anything for him. And that's exactly what she did.
An emotional Kalia apologizes to the court for her actions.
She thought no one would get hurt, but she didn't realize the emotional trauma that everyone would go through.
I think her testifying was more about their relationship on a whole, where, being removed from him, she could see it more for what it really was and how just unhealthy and manipulative it really was.
Kalia's testimony seals her man's fate.
Marquise ended up with 43 years in prison.
As part of her plea deal, Kalia Kane is sentenced to 7 years behind bars.
I feel like the 7 years was fair. I feel that it was a long time taken from her, but she gave away her power, and I was okay with it. I wish none of it ever happened, but it did.
As for Malcolm Moore, the man Marquise fooled everyone into believing was his brother, he is also found guilty and sentenced to 32 years.
If you use a gun in a crime, we're going to punish you for it.
Kalia was released from prison in 2019, and today is continuing to slowly pick up the pieces of her life.
She still is under the care, custody, and control of the prison bureau. She'll have several years of probation.
I know that her main priority, though, is just taking care of her son. She's working really hard to do that and kind of pick back up where she left off.
Kalia has so many people that loved her and invested in her, and it just, even today, makes no sense that she was swayed in that way. It doesn't make sense. But Kalia's gonna be okay. She'll never get back the time that she lost, but this isn't her forever.
Meeting someone new can give you hope for the future, for a life together, a family. But when your new love has a dark side and isn't who you thought he was, it might just destroy you and everything you had hoped for. When it comes to matters of the heart, be careful who you trust. Abuse is never okay. If you or someone you love is in an abusive relationship, there is help available. Call the Domestic Violence Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE.
ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਰੱਖ ਗਈਆਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਲੰਗਰੋਂ ਫੁਲਕੇ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਸਿਹਤ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਖੁੱਲ ਕੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਦੇਸੀ ਘਿਓ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਬਰਫੀਆਂ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਪੀਪੇ ਦੇਸੀ ਘਿਓ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਬਰਫੀਆਂ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਪੀਪੇ ਹੁਣ ਜੇਬ ਮਾਰਦੀ ਚੀਕਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਮੱਲੋ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਸੀਟਾਂ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਕੇ ਖਰੀ ਲਗਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਲੀਆਂ ਖਰੀਦ ਕੈਸਟਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਖਰੀ ਲਗਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਲ ਤੇਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਉਪਮਾ ਟੇਪਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਲ ਤੇਰੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਉਪਮਾ ਟੇਪਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸਾਲ ਬੁਲਾਇਓ ਗੱਪੇ ਮਾਇਆ ਤੇ ਕਲਾਇਓ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਉਪਮਾ ਗਾਈ ਮਾਣੋ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਦੇਵ ਨੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਉਪਮਾ ਗਾਈ ਆਰਐਮਸੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਰੀਲ ਬਣਾਈ ਆਰਐਮਸੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਰੀਲ ਬਣਾਈ ਸਰਦੂਲ ਨੇ ਕੀਸਾ ਭਰਿਆ ਜਿਨੇ ਰਗਾੜੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਰਿਆ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਵੋ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਛੁੱਟੀਆਂ ਦੇਵੋ 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 ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ